I got some bad news for y'all. They have now demonetized Sit Down with Sanchez live podcast. Now, they said they demonetized in my second channel. It's because it's harassment and hate speech. This is why they said they demonetized my backup channel. But I can assure y'all 100%, right? that this is just YouTube attacking the truth. Because let me share something with you. If I have a video, and I'm going to show you what I wrote them, and I'm going to show you the game they playing before we start. So check out the game that they playing, right? I contacted YouTube, and I told them, listen, if y'all demonetizing my channel for harassment, can you show me the video where the harassment took place? Because normally what YouTube do, when you got a video or any content up that's harassment or cyberbullying, what they do is they give you a strike and they remove that video right away. The demonetization will happen after that, but you're going to get a strike for cyberbullying and harassment. You're going to get a strike for that. What's weird is when you demonetize my channel without a strike for harassment. You're saying you demonetize my channel because of harassment, but there's no video with no strike to where you're pointing out where the harassment was. So I contacted them and I let them know that, right? And YouTube was acting dumb. They were like, well, yeah, you know, you right about that. I know I'm right, right? So let me show y'all the deception. So after I contacted them and told them they made a mistake, that there's no way I could be demonetized without y'all pointing out where the violation took place in said video. There's no way, it's impossible that you got me for harassment, but I don't have a strike for it, but you just touching my money. These people don't want me to get paid, y'all, which is why I encourage you to hit the Cash App and PayPal. Now, let me show you what happened. Let me show you before we start. Y'all got to see this fuckery. Let me show you how slick they are. So look, this is how slick they are. So this, I told them that they made a mistake. And on the chat, we did a live chat together. The dude was actually acknowledging that I'm right. And he said he would email me. So I'm like, okay, when they email me, we'll get this squared away. It's just a simple mistake. Watch this email, y'all. They said this is regarding your issue concerning the monetization status. Upon checking, I could confirm that your channel was demonetized due to a violation of monetization policies. Watch this, though. Watch this, y'all. So they doubled down and said that I'm wrong, even though I don't have a video with a strike on it where they can point out the violation, right? But let me show you the deception. When they email me concerning Sit Down with Sanchez live podcast, because that's the channel that they demonetized, right? Look, when I pointed out to them that they was wrong, look what they addressed the email to. People, this is deception. Let me explain to you something. There's somebody working for YouTube who got it out for me. Let me explain to you what's happening. They don't want me to make money. Now, the only way I'm making money is off my Sit Down with Sanchez channel. Someone worked for YouTube, don't like me, and they demonetized me for no reason. And they thought I wasn't gonna push back. But when they demonetized me, I pushed back and pointed out to them that they was wrong. Sit Down with Sanchez channel is in good standing. So they emailed me back concerning Bro Sanchez TV. and we weren't even talking about Bro Sanchez TV. They trying to be slick. You demonetized Sit Down with Sanchez podcast. And when I pointed out to you that you're wrong for that, you come back and reply to me about Bro Sanchez TV channel. I know that channel ain't in good standing. I know that channel been demonetized. I'm talking about my new channel. Whoever worked for YouTube, if you watching this, do the right thing, because you know I'm pointing this out to the people that you wrong. And look they thought I was some dumb black dude. Look what I put. I said my inquiry was for my other channel, Sit Down with Sanchez Live Podcast, not Bro Sanchez TV. Please reply back concerning Sit Down with Sanchez Live Podcast and not Bro Sanchez TV. I'm not worried about Bro Sanchez TV. My inquiry is for Sit Down with Sanchez Podcast. Please reply back. They think they slick. Bro Sanchez TV been demonetized. And ain't no hope for that channel getting back monetized because there's too much truth over there. But now y'all picking on my second channel that I've been putting a lot of work in, and that channel been growing financially. It's been booming financially. So some hater working at YouTube saw that and decided to demonetize me out of his own hate. But when I pointed out that they thought that you ain't gonna push back. You just gonna take this shit, wait your time out and all that. But no, man, because if they do that, all of my channel sponsors gonna get lost. I gotta start over. They playing with folks' money, which is why, y'all, I got to get off YouTube. And if you want to support me, do it with Cash App, PayPal, and Patreon. If you're a sponsor on Sit Down with Sanchez, hold your horses, don't go nowhere. I'm fighting them now. They think they slick. He trying to reply to me about Bro Sanchez TV. Bro, you ain't slick. You demonetized my other channel. I ain't no dumb black dude. The inquiry was about Sit Down with Sanchez, not Bro Sanchez TV. Now, don't y'all see the game? Can y'all see the game? Can y'all see the fuckery in the game? You talking about Sit Down with Sanchez doing harassment and cyberbullying. And listen, I'm literally subscribed to YouTubers that be on camera with machetes and shit. Talking about hit you in the head with a headshot. I'm not throwing a shot at her son. Matter of fact, let me salute him. He has a positive message over there. You know, these brothers from the streets, they trying to turn this shit around and stop the youth from going the path they took. Sometimes we don't like the way they do it, but salutes to them. I'm not trying to throw nothing at nobody. What I'm saying is you look at channels like Kevin Samuels or Thomas Sotomayor, these channels really walk a thin line with controversy. I'm over here on some kumbaya shit. Who am I harassing? They can't point out who am I harassing. You know why if they could, I would have a strike, y'all. That's facts. I would have a strike. I'm basically asking them for a strike so that's gonna force them to have to point out the violation video. And if they can't point it out, you need to continue my monetization. YouTube really can get sued for this stuff, but you know why they won't? Because Google is a big company. You can't win no matter if they're fucking wrong. Y'all, that's America. You can't beat the corporations. Even if they're wrong, you can't win. But enough of my crying. I'm showing y'all why I really need y'all to hit the Cash App and PayPal. You know, because they trying to shut me down as far as my money go. But enough of that, guys. Let's get into the presentation. Today's presentation is going to be one of my reviews. And it's only going to be part one. Why part one, Brother Sanchez? Well, let me show you why. We got a lot of stuff to go over concerning Pan-Africans versus Aboriginals. And in case you didn't know, yes, Brother Sanchez is a proud Aboriginal, okay? And I woke up and came to the knowledge of who I was following the Aboriginal community. In other words, I didn't come into YouTube an Aboriginal. I came into YouTube a comedic-minded Pan-African fool is what I came into YouTube as. I came into YouTube hotepping thinking I'm from Africa. So we learn from each other on YouTube. And I'm just so happy that there was an Aboriginal community out there putting the information out and that I was willing enough to learn from other brothers. All right? These brothers in the Aboriginal community, when they want to learn about flat earth, they come to me. When I want to learn about my history in this land as an Aboriginal, I go to them. And I'm going to encourage y'all to go to a couple of people as well. One of them, of course, being Dane Calloway. We're going to drop a bomb for you. I want you to subscribe to Dane Calloway and make sure that you subscribe to Sister Betty. All right? These are channels that I learned from to understand my Aboriginal history in this land. Supreme Chief Holiday, another channel I'm subscribed to that I definitely recommend. So right there, you got Dane Calloway, you got Sister Betty, and you have Supreme Chief Holiday. And when I get more people, I'll share their names with you. But that's enough to get you started right there, okay? That's enough to get you started. Now check this out. A lot of people got problems with the word Aboriginal. I'm not going to play a semantic game with people today. Because Pan-Africans, we can do the same thing for your name. We all can play a semantic games with each other's names. You know, like Pan-African, Skillet African, Boiler African, Broiler African. You get the drift, right? We can really, that's a semantic game. Hey, are you a Pan-African or a Cup African? Maybe he's a butter knife African. Or he may be a pot African. But either way it go, semantics ain't the game we're going to play today. Now, if you've been following me, people, you already know. I've laid the foundation against Pan-Africanism for over 2 years now. I've been an Aboriginal. And I'm going to tell you, the two most things I get attacked for the most in my career is flat earth and Aboriginal concept. People want me to prove that you from this land. Prove to me that I'm not from this land. This can go both ways. But what it'll boil down to literally is a matter of what the Aborigine can prove versus what the Pan-African can prove, and what can they prove? Well, the Aborigine can prove that within the last 400 years, we were referred to as different tribes that were native to this land on public record. And so now the only way you could refute that public record is to keep rewinding the history till we can go to a point that's before those public records existed, where we can say, where did you come from then? Well, that's a theoretical argument. And the argument ain't about going to a point in history where there's no documentation that neither one of us can prove. The argument is about if you make a claim that I'm from a place and I make a claim that I'm not, whoever puts out evidence to support their claim wins. So if my documentation proved that my people been here for, let's say, 300, 400 years, and you have to say, well, what about before that? I win. Neither one of us can. That's a realm that's undocumented. you would have to have documents to show that we came from Africa, and that would be far more documents for that than the public records that shows we Native Americans. You know what I mean? Because when you moving millions of people from tribes and places in Africa to America and you putting them on different plantations, you're gonna have a paper trail, a huge paper trail of what's called shipping and handling paperwork. Pan-Africans like to show us these fairy tale pictures of a bunch of Negroes packed in a ship like sardines, which is impossible. It's so, you know what?
Stupid. Stupid.
Stupid is as stupid does. Yep.
Stupid.
Is as
Stupid.
does. That's right. Now, check this out. Right? Because the paper trail that I'm talking about would be the size of Mount Everest. No Pan-African is showing documentation, and that documentation would be some form of shipping and handling paperwork. The white man documents everything. You better quit playing with me. If the white man took millions of niggas from Africa and put them on different plantations here, where's the paper trail that shows that? Was that event not documented? So the only proof that you have of that is drawings. Really? Let's take a look at them drawings before we even get into the stupidity of Judge Joe Brown. And you, a black man, you never want to find yourself in Judge Joe Brown court, because you won't get a fair shot with these TV judges like him, Mathis, and Judy. It's all a show, and it ain't about a nigga's freedom on the line. Isn't that right? You want to make a show, and you just want to see buddy. Let's blow this up, shall we, Becky? Now, Becky, hit me with a bomb just to wake him up, dear, will you? That's right. And let's get it. So here are the fairy tales that you guys believe in.
Stupid.
Then a motherfucker. That's right. Let me put my headphones on, make the experience a little bit more better for us all, shall we? Let's go deep into it. We're going to talk about it today, because the out of African theory is indeed a Boule agenda. It's about indoctrinating black people with the new age religion. See, everyone in the world is being indoctrinated with the out of Africa theory, not just black folks. Little boys in China is being told that the black man is their forefather. But when you look at the timeline, and see, I want to deal with this from my angle. In this Aboriginal community, everybody got their own lane. Me, I'm a student. All right, I'm coming into this community humble, honored that I'm accepted into it. And just like in the military, you got to start at the bottom. So that's exactly how I'm coming into it. And I'm just honored that this Aboriginal community actually gives me a voice as a student, right? So yeah, I'm gonna have a lot of chiefs on to go deeper into this stuff, because like I said, I'm a student into the Aboriginal community. I'm gonna have some of the guys I learned from. It's a couple of chiefs in this community. For example, Supreme Chief Holiday in the chat room. Let me moderate you, my brother. I just saw you. Let me drop a bomb. Dropping a bomb for the chief for Sheezy in the house. Yo, let me make sure my brother don't, let me see, because I thought so. There we go. This must be the chief on Zoom. And listen, me and him officially start our collaborations tomorrow, 1 p.m. Friday, right here, guys. I'm actually setting the ground here. What's good, Chief? How you doing?
Peace, brother. How are you?
I'm good, man. Thanks for joining. Much respect, much love. I appreciate your time, my brother. Real talk, real talk. And you know we see Supreme Chief is the real goat, man. I like that. Hold on, let me show the gear though. Yeah, y'all see what it
Like
is.
that?
Y'all see what it
We
is.
are we
Motherfucking
are two
Chief
a
in the house.
that's
Mhm.
right. We are 2 a.m. Shout out to everybody.
Chief, yeah, salutes, man. Much love. The chief has arrived. And like I was telling them, man, I'm a student in this community, right? A lot of
Right.
the things that I bring to it gonna be critiqued, of course, and guys are correct my little lane of information for it. But yeah, I
Right.
wanted to let the guys know right on my side because I'm gonna be honest with you. This is a flat earth tinfoil hat crowd I done grew over here. They know we aboriginals, but they ain't
Right.
really had the knowledge taught to them. They just know it because I said it, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
Well,
so,
okay. My bad. My bad for cutting you
no,
off,
you
brother.
good.
I
No,
want you to
you
get it out. Well, we're having a build tomorrow. 1 Pacific Standard Time. That's our time. I'm out here with you in Las Vegas. So salute to Las Vegas. But I want to say first off, I want to say peace and paradise to all the American Aborigines, North, South, Central, and on all the conjoining islands. I want to say peace to everybody. Um, yeah, we're going to be going in deep tomorrow, but today, we could definitely talk about the basics.
yeah,
Like
just
I think
breaking
I
the
think
ground.
the basic stuff, you know what I'm saying? We have smartphones, but people uh, seem like they don't want to use their smartphones. So
Mm-hmm.
we call a lot of people, we call them smart dummies, and a lot of times people talk about these elites, the boule. Well, who has the battery in the boule back? Like sometimes we don't go after the right people, right? That have everybody fighting against each other. You understand what I'm saying? With these colorisms and things like that. So we're going to get into a lot of the color caste system and stuff tomorrow. But today, I just want to break down what an American is.
Hey, and Chief, anytime you want to interject, don't feel no kind of way, brother. Cut me off and just going right in.
No,
And
all honest to you, brother. You already know,
mo-
man. I appreciate you giving me the platform, brother. Like giving Aboriginal a voice, you know what I'm saying? But I've always said that the flat earthers are truth tellers, you know what I'm saying? And so we all are truth
mhm.
seekers looking for, we all truth seekers. So I think that's what we have in common. Yeah, we want the truth and we don't want to be lied to. See what I'm
That's
saying? I
right.
think that hurts all so-called colors of people. Well, just the whole concept of color is the problem. So let's just tear those labels down. That's pretty
Most
simple, correct?
definitely. Most definitely.
So
100%.
So a lot of people don't see what you're doing. I see it and I salute you. Double hand salute, brother. Like I said, you're on the right side of history, Sanchez, because you going with the evidence, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And I
You
had a
know, a lot.
lot of love for the Pan African side. You know that. But when Dane came on and emerged with the information, I thought everybody would follow the truth. But hey,
Well, we know that there's a thing called the Ghetto Informant Program. People act like they talk about the COINTELPRO, but then what happened to it? Like since J. Edgar Hoover died, it died. No, they are funded and they're on television. They have these things that hurts everybody. Black Lives Matter, for instance. Like me and you don't support that. A lot of people like we don't support that. But why are they pushing it so hard? To create division, to create fear, to create separate,
yep,
keeping people separate,
that's right.
right? And you
Uh,
can't build. So when we say we are the first American, we just putting things in chronological order. So
mm-hmm.
right, so I wanted to just say that, like, we could put the etymology of American in the chat room for one, but for two, like, if you could pull it up so we can understand
Oh
who
yeah,
we all are.
I can
Like,
do that right now.
we are Americans. So I wanted to put that out there first. Let's start there. This is the basic thing. So when we know who we're talking to, a lot of times we're talking to people who are not Americans.
Facts. That's a fact.
Let's keep this real.
I'm gonna
So,
go ahead and read it. Starting from the American and etymology from the 1570s.
mm-hmm.
Originally quote unquote, one of the Aboriginal peoples discovered in the Western Hemisphere by Europeans.
Hold on,
Wow.
stop right there. Let's
Wow.
stop right there. 1570s. So since the 1570s, we have been classified or considered Aboriginal. I mean, Americans. My bad. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Right, American. So I think that's interesting. Now they didn't say they're not no longer calling us Americans, but they just say they've been calling us that since the 1570s. And I wanted to point that out, but I also want to point out that it says Aborigines, 1570s, Aborigines.
Yep.
Like that term is interesting. Now I know people get confused because now it's about to get into start adding other people in, but I'm gonna point out that it's giving you dates when they started adding other people in. Okay. So when we talk about we're the American Aborigines, we're saying that we're the first Americans that the pale-skinned Europeans found when they came here. Period. Right. And mixing happened. Right. Mm-hmm. And when this mixing occurs, you have what is called miscegenation, right? And classifications, and they created civilized tribes. I mean, just being super basic. And a lot of times, so-called African Americans are tracing themselves or calling themselves things that have been classifications for them to classify you away from being indigenous to this land. See what I'm saying? So when we talk about being American, we have to understand who are Americans. So when Judge Joe Brown said he's a Choctaw, well, you'd be the Aborigine. You would be the right? And these people will be copper colored, as according to what an American is. Right, brother? It's the Aborigines or what does it say right here?
One of the Aboriginal peoples discovered in the Western Hemisphere by Europeans. And it said originally, that's a big word to me right here, this word right here. Originally, one of the Aboriginal peoples discovered. Why would they put originally there? That means in antiquity, when the Europeans stepped on his land, the people who he came in contact with is what's come next in the quotes. And you got the double whammy. You got American and Aboriginal being used right there in the 1570s. And I think that's going over a lot of people's head because we're talking about right when the slavery was supposed to be happening around, like that would be what, 2021, that's around 600 years ago, roughly, or some crap like that. Yeah, that is crazy. I never looked at the etymology of that. It definitely refers to specific people. Now, it don't give a description of them, and that's where the deception come in, where they would try to take what's highlighted in blue and say, well, these Aboriginal people that was discovered by the Europeans, they look like this. And that's when,
well, let's do this. Let's see what the Aborigine is. You said it's a descriptive term, right? Aborigine said one of the Aboriginal people. We can go to Aboriginal first, which is a descriptive term. You see what I'm saying? Because we want to get the basic stuff. So when we say we Aboriginals, people are not confused that we didn't call ourselves Aboriginal. It's a descriptive term, right? And I think people are confused because, like yourself, you had looked up the etymology of an American, right? Mm-hmm. Are you an American?
By the etymological use of the word, yes.
Okay. Now, I want everybody in the chat room to press GOAT if you are an American, please. If you're an American, you are the greatest of all time. So press GOAT, please. Press GOAT. And we're gonna see how many GOATs, how many Americans we have in the chat room, right? So when we say press GOAT, GOATs are for Americans. It's just not for me. It's for you. Mm-hmm. Like this brother right here is the GOAT of flat powerism. You know what I'm saying? Period. You know what I'm saying? And so he has to be honored for that, taking it and making it not just a fringe thing, but more about getting to the truth. You know what I'm saying? And making it plain for us to understand. See what I'm saying? So he has to get this credit for that. So shout out to Bro Sanchez, man. But we're gonna give you your flowers when you smell it. You know what I'm talking about?
Much shout out to you, brother. Man, and much
brother, appreciate respect. You, bro.
Hey, and
absolutely,
it's mutual, Chief. Real talk. Hey, shout out to the brother Aboriginal TV
Let's go.
In the chat. I'm subscribed to him too.
Yeah, another GOAT. Shout out to the brother. Always bringing great information, man. Absolutely. I didn't know the Copper Grizzly. A Thompson is one. Another,
Oh yeah,
I mean,
Tuncheon is one. Yeah.
sheesh. Yeah, man. So shout out to all the guys, man. Hey, and we're gonna be talking about the movie tomorrow afternoon, man. I definitely
Oh,
appreciate that.
let's
We can play the
let's play the
the
trailer real
flyer.
quick. Yeah, let's
They
play
gonna play
that
the
real
trailer?
quick. I'm gonna play that
Okay.
before we even go any further while we got them goats
Okay.
going.
Appreciate you, man. Press go. Press go. Appreciate all the goats in the building. Shout out to all the Americans out there, right? Now, here's the thing. Well, after we play this, we're going to get into what an Aboriginal is, or why we call ourselves Aboriginals. Because they say Aboriginal people that they found in Cambridge. That's a descriptive term, right? Aboriginal is an adjective, right? So we're gonna break that down after the trailer. Appreciate you, bro, Sanchez.
No doubt. Hold on. I'm okay. There we go. Gotcha. All right, I got it right here.
Press go.
Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day, cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you, you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free since Aboriginal.
Man, Becky hit me with a bomb. You see what it is. You see what it is, guys. Yeah, I'm still getting my wake and bake on. But yeah. Hey, Chief, who are the first Americans? And this is coming out. Y'all see the let me play this one more time. It's just 30 seconds. Let me play this again for y'all. Hold on.
Aboriginal, native, yeah, we gon' die every day, cause we don't know where we came. We been here, lived here, open borders, got deported, fought for rights. Kidnapped, bitch slapped, blacked out, covered up, washed white. Drugged up, slugged up, beat bread, left for dead, fuck your life. It's all a plan, kill your man, take your land, slave your kids, rape your wife. Why y'all look so mad if all this shit I say is true? Why y'all look so mad if all this shit happened to you? White man quick to tell you, you was a slave, nothing before. But he himself only been free.
Damn, I want to hear that whole song. Hey, salutes to my to the Chief, man. Real talk.
Hey, man, I want to say shout out. That is the infamous Trey Ali, who is setting the soundtrack and the vibrational pitch for this movement, man. I want to say salute to the guy. That song's called Turtle Island, and we can go to that video when you get a chance. But I want to definitely break down the etymology of Aboriginal and Aboriginal. But we're gonna go with Aboriginal first because we don't want people to be like, "Oh, you guys don't know what you're talking about." Well, okay, let's see.
And guys,
Right?
we taking our time giving y'all a foundation
Absolutely.
for what's coming. I'm gonna continue this series for a couple of. This gonna be ongoing. So
And, yeah, so I appreciate start out with the arch with the architect of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So that's just what it is, man. And I earned the goat. You dig? So and I put on for all the goats out there. That's what it is. You know what I'm saying?
that's
So
back.
and once again, it has to start with the basic because when we tell people Aboriginal, they don't understand. So the reason why this movie is called First American, right? The untold, the forbidden, right? The forbidden truths of the Aborigines of America. Now, if we'd have said Aboriginal American, people would have automatically, their minds would have snapped to Australia, right? But what does it
That's
say
right.
right here for Aboriginal, brother?
In the 1660s, the first and earliest existing from the beginning. The first and earliest existing from the beginning,
Mm-hmm.
especially in reference to inhabitants of lands colonized by Europeans from Aborigines or Aborigine.
Can we click Aborigine? Because we're simply talking about a people, right? Now we're gonna go. We understand that it's a descriptive term of as early as existence, right? The original, right? They're describing that as an Aboriginal, correct?
The first and
Right.
earliest, yeah. And see, because what I get a lot is Well, ab means, like not the original. But see, if you wanna look, this word, what I'm getting now, ain't really meant to be used by its face definition. It's going by the etymology use. A lot of our people don't understand etymology, man. Like the definition is just Webster's way of defining a word. Like you wouldn't let Webster define love for you. You know what I'm saying? So the etymology really takes us back to the truth about the words, man, like we did with American and right here with Aboriginal.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. So we know that's the earliest, right? And we can get into a way and all that stuff, right? But we're gonna get to Aboriginal, right, which is a noun. So that, right? I don't want to spoil it. I want people to see it as we see it.
Now, the Aborigine noun is a person, an animal, or plant that has been in a country or region from earliest times.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. In 1858, okay, it goes on from. Okay, look, it means the first inhabitants, especially of Latium, the first ancestors of the Romans. But that's when you're dealing with the Latin, I guess, version. But yeah, it just mean literally from the beginning. What it say right here, literally from
Let's
the
go.
beginning.
Press
Yeah.
gold if you were descendants. Press gold if you were descendants of the first people of America. Press gold. Press gold. If your people did not come to America and that you were descendants of the Aborigines of America, right? The copper colored Aboriginal people that they found when they came. This is other definitions of it, but we'll get into the etym of it. We wanted to break these simple terms down that everybody should know. So when these people be like, y'all call us abos, that's not disrespectful. It's just because you don't understand. See what I'm saying? The first inhabitants of this land are Negroes. This film is going to show that. This film is going to show the archaeology, craniology, the paleontology, every ology to prove that Negroes been here, not only from the beginning, but from time immemorial, we never went anywhere. We just got reclassified. That's what Americans are. We are the first Americans. We're not immigrants to America. We've been here. We have the archaeology, the science to prove it. We have evidence that they don't have for the fake transatlantic slave trade, right? And that's what we're gonna talk about today. Because you were good going in that direction when we're talking about the slave term, right? Can we look up the etymology of slave, brother?
Yeah.
While we here? And
Oh yeah.
and I just want to say, you might want to hide the children and the old people for this one right here because it's about to get ugly. Okay, so just we get into the terminology that everybody should know. We shouldn't skirt over this as if we don't know who the real Americans are or who the slaves are. Let's get to it.
The word slave from the late 13th century is a person who is the chattel or property of another. From Old French as slave, from medieval Latin slavus, and schiavo in French, but it says see the word Slav. We'll check that out. And then look here, it said the Slavs were sold into slavery by conquering peoples. But I was looking down here too where it says meaning one who has lost the power of resistance to some habit or vice. Yeah, but that, I mean, it's a very basic etymology, though. It's a person who is the chattel or property of another, which would
It
be
says see Slavs and say the Slavs word, right?
right.
So we got to see the etym of the word slave come from Slavs. Is that what that's saying?
Yep.
Okay, let's see Slavs.
All right. Slavs come from the late 14th century, and yeah, from the medieval Latin slavos, from the Byzantine sklavos, from Proto-Slavic Slovenu, a Slav, probably related to Slovo, word speech, which suggests the name originally identified a member of a speech community. Um, it says compare to Old Church Slavonic Nemesis Germans related to Nemu, meaning dumb, heterophonos, meaning foreign. and literally of different voice. It's and of Old English PO, which meant both race and language. Hmm.
Right. So has it said anything yet about slave, the etym of it coming from so-called African Americans, bro?
Said nothing about Africa at all. In fact, it didn't refer to anything African. We getting Slavs and we getting Germans and everything, but uh, anybody coming from Africa using this etymology in any way.
Right. So you know how they try to put this 400 years of slavery on us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it comes from their enslavement, 400 years in Europe, Africa, and Asia, as well as in the Americas. So there's documented evidence of Slavonic people, Slavic people coming to America in chains. Is that correct, brother?
Yeah, you say it's documented evidence of people coming to America in chains.
From from a Slavic race of people, correct?
I'm not sure. I didn't research that
Oh,
yet.
okay. Well, it says it right there, like that they were enslaved in Europe, Asia. So we know they were for 400 years. That Slavonic people, Slavic people, were
Okay,
in
yeah, my
servitude
damn.
for 400 years,
Damn, yeah. I
right?
see what you mean. I see what you
So
mean.
so 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 just doesn't it stand to reason that during the same time period that they're in slavery, right? From the 1300s, 1400s, 1500s, 1600s, 1700s, right? How is it that the people, these people are in slavery, even in America, according to the Mann Act, up until the 1900s? So how are these people, no disrespect to pale people, but how are you pale people enslaving all these dark people when you are actually in servitude into the 1900s? Please make this make sense. How did y'all go to Africa
Wow.
when you are in servitude in Africa, in Asia, in Africa, as well as here in America? Make this make sense. How are you doing all this slavery? Oh, it's called roots, right? This does not say Kunta Kinte's line. This doesn't say Alex Haley. This says slavery comes from Slavonic people. So if anybody was getting reparations for slavery here in America, it would be pale Europeans who came here enslaved, enslaved as slaves in chains, period. Respect it or check it. That's the true history of American slavery. My
And this,
bad, guys.
yeah, and see
Let's
this
go.
this the
Let's
kind
go.
of this the kind of knowledge right here. This ain't no emotionalism. Like with the Pan African thing, you'll get rebuttals like, you know what? It sounds good, but we just hate ourselves. We don't want to be from Africa. We don't, and all that is just emotionalism. But this is actually coming with the proof. It's crazy how the Pan Africans can only prove the out of Africa theory with the European man science.
But they down to DNA now. So they don't have no records. They don't have a boat. They don't have a record. They got fictional books that were created by the CIA, bro. Period.
Mm-hmm.
We have laid that out on my channel as well. We've shown the ghetto informant program. We showed their budget that Trump even had. Biden has a strong budget going on for y'all. You know what I'm saying? So this is what it is, man. Y'all can respect it or check it. But once again, when we talk about the things that they're pushing, right? Trump was like, okay, well, I'm gonna give this to the HBCUs. Well, guess what? Y'all got him out of office, and then you put Jim Crow Joe in office and Kamala DeSoro Harris, right? Another Boule, right? Member, right? Because if you're a fraternity or sorority member, you baby Boule.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. If you're not, tell us the secrets and tell us why y'all have been keeping a secret who we are, the original people of this land. Just like Joseph Blakeney Brown Jr., aka Judge Slow Brown, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's not slow. He said, "I'm Choctaw, but the other half of me is black, which means I'm a monkey from Africa. Me and my cousins was on the thing, and I see my cousins at the zoo. I waved at them, but they didn't wave back because they didn't know how to wave. That's so fuck out of
Yeah.
here, you weirdo." And these y'all leaders, these are the people that they support. Goddamn. The fuck is y'all talking about? And look, the pan boo boos, the reason why there's no way for us to supply you guys with evidence, right? Pyramids in America that are older. We're gonna get into this tomorrow. Pyramids in America that are older than those new pyramids in North Africa, right? But the problem is nobody in Africa carrying purses. Nobody's carrying unks in Africa. They don't know nothing about that. They just found out about Hebrewism.
Yeah.
So why y'all keep saying it came from there when it's ancient in America? They just renamed it, remixed Singleton, and put King James' name on it. You understand what I'm saying? This is our shit. It comes from America, and we are ancient spiritual people. They just repackaged it and sold it back to you. Isn't that the history of colonization, brothers and sisters? But basically, colonization hurts everybody. Everybody.
Yeah.
What you got here? What you about to play?
You know what? You already went in on this, but you know we got
Let's
this
get
is
it.
Like hell yeah. but before I go into that joint, I wanted to show them this, right? Here go the first Pan-African conference in America, y'all. This shit, look at the symbolism. Watch this. You had this was basically a whole Boule movement. I hate to say it, the first Pan-African conference in America, right here, right? You like Haile Selassie. Now I know a lot of people like him. They tried to make blacks, Ethiopians, just all us one big group, basically. You know what I'm saying? This here was the first meeting. I never had this. My first time seeing this like yesterday.
Was that in England? Because their first conference was in England.
Okay, I thought that was over here. So yeah, you want to school us on this a little bit, man? I thought this was kind of crazy though, because
their headquarters goes back to their orders, and I know you talk about a lot of this type of stuff. You tracing stuff back to the Boule. Well, it gets bigger than the Boule. The Boule report back to England, correct?
Mm-hmm. That's
right. So once again, as far as tracing back the bar, tracing back any of these fraternal orders, they all go back to England. So there's no doubt that reason why they are buried in England, reason why, because they're knighted. They're doing a service for them. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? They're doing a disservice to us because they took the oath, period, to push their agenda or to hide who are the first American. So hence, first American movie. And I got to keep plugging that, the importance of true American history, right? Because it hurts everybody. It creates pain. It creates division. If we're teaching everybody in schools false history, right? That's a problem. Now, according to the UNDRIP and the ADRIP, it's called paper genocide. You do not supposed to teach indigenous people, right? Or the Aborigines of the land that there's somebody else. That's called blackbirding. That's illegal according to international law. So we have to stop the things that are happening to us. You understand what I'm saying? So these people right here are all a part of that system. That's why they're in the UK doing that. They're telling them what to do. They're telling them the playbook. You know what I'm saying? But by using this stuff, using these orders, these are the people that are spying. They call them gatekeepers. Well, okay, we know the gatekeepers. Why we still support them? Mm-hmm. Why is anybody still supporting the same gatekeepers, Al Sharpton fans? There's no little boy ever going to grow up and say, hi, I want to be like Al Sharpton or Jesse Jackson or Judge Joe Brown. No little boy is saying that. You understand my point? So why do we keep pushing them up as leaders? Please make this, he's an alpha. He's the bourgeoisie elite. Like she said something talking about going back to Dane, they're talking crazy about Dane, talking about he's not intellectually. What? Judge Joe Brown was talking about aliens built the goddamn pyramids. That's an intellectual, y'all.
Facts, man. Wait
for the bomb. What the hell is y'all talking about?
Wait for the bomb.
Let's go.
I had to drop a bomb, bro. She up here talking about Dane Calloway is not intellectual, and Judge up here talking about aliens building the pyramids and shit like that. Man, this is sad.
And his cousin was in the zoo. You want to see politics? Go talk to your cousins. Our cousins in the zoo. You monkey Amerindian.
Pushing the eugenics agenda, man.
Facts. Eugenics.
And this here is telling right here. We can come back to this. But yeah, I'm gonna play this video after this, but it says
Walk it off.
this
Press
conference is
go.
organized by a committee of the African Association for the Discussion of the Native Races question and will be attended and addressed by those of African descent from all parts of the British Empire, the United States of America, Abyssinia, Liberia, Haiti. I wonder what was being spoken. This shit is what I'm saying. But yeah, I wish they could have recorded that shit some kind of way. But I'm gonna go back to this here. Let's go here right here. No, that ain't the one. This is the one right here. I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. All right.
One Formula One team. So it happens. They have some fiery, violent accidents. Anytime you're in a machine a few inches off the ground going 230, testing in a race. So he's a real live modern day gladiator who becomes a political animal. And if you want to see politics in the raw, next time you go to your local zoo, spend your entire time looking at the chimps or the baboons, and you will see our primate relatives engaged in intense politics.
That's called Out of Africa Hypotheses and the Theory of Evolution, Judge Joe Brown. That you speaking as a fact. Bro, we go get into that. Testing. Can you hear me, bro?
Oh shit, you know what, man? I'm over here talking with my fucking mic muted and I'm going in
Okay.
and I'm going in too. I'm going.
I
Let
was
me
wondering what happened.
let me
I thought it was me.
man,
Go ahead,
I
bro.
was going in. Listen, I'm gonna repeat myself. I said people like Judge Joe Brown, he's a very dangerous old gate guard. You got young minds rising up to challenge the status quo. If a people keep thinking the same thing, they're going to keep getting the same solution. In our case, we get nowhere. We got our mind full of alien talk and monkey talk. Now, Judge Joe Brown is supposed to be an intellectual, but he's up there talking about Bigfoot and E.T. This is
At the
our
same time.
intellectual, right? Bigfoot and ET, and I'm gonna replay it for the people who missed it real quick, and I got to mop the flow with him on it. Check this out, y'all.
Your entire time looking at the chimps or the baboons, and you will see our primate relatives. Your entire time looking at the chimps or the baboons in a race. So he's a real live modern day gladiator who becomes a political animal. And if you want to see politics in the raw, next time you go to your local zoo, spend your entire time looking at the chimps or the baboons, and you will see our primate relatives engaged in intense politics.
That is a religion, y'all. That's a religion. Let me show you something real quick. See, Lucy, it to me is Lucifer. Now, I know y'all may think that's a reach, but this whole belief that Judge Mathis got is rooted in Satanism. You got to understand when we say Pan-Africanism, we talking about Satan, the goat god Pan, the god of chaos. How do you create chaos within a people? You take away that people's identity. Think about it. A bird that don't know it's a bird will never fly, even though it got wings. What's wrong with our people? We don't think this identity crisis is as deep as it is. We shouldn't be identifying as black when everybody else is linked to some ground beneath their feet and a flag. All right, so what's happened with us? This is what I'm saying. When we want to identify who we are, the whole world gives us monkey bones, but they don't do it for themselves. Everybody in the world want black people to be first. The Chinese government saying, yeah, blacks are first. We come from the black man and black woman. They stroke your ego. Why do everybody want you to be first? Because they want you to be a monkey. See, if you first, you a monkey. Look at the chart they going by. They're saying that the smart man is the evolved man. Like the Model T Ford car versus a Ferrari today. It had to evolve like your smartphone versus that old dumb big clunky phone that came out that was the size of a briefcase. They saying over time, man got smarter. So when black folks want to be first, you got to be dumb too, and you got to be a monkey. So let me tell you Pan-African something real quick, and let me prepare my bomb before I drop it. You motherfucking Pan-Africans shouldn't have a problem when the white man call your ass a monkey. I don't know why the fuck you think it's racism that a white man would throw your ass a banana, Judge Brown. You should peel that motherfucker and eat it and say thank you, boss. Why do you niggas get insulted when they call your ass a monkey when you calling your damn self a monkey because you're desperate to be first like a child in a damn line?
I mean, he literally said, "Go see our primate ancestors, our cousins in the damn zoo, bro. Come on, fam. That's the crazy shit." And we wasn't intelligent enough to build pyramids, right? That's what they're saying. The aliens had to do it. You can't prove that,
Yeah.
right? You can't prove aliens. But what we're gonna prove with this first American film, right? See, here's the problem. Nobody never said skin tone. That's y'all with the color casts. We're talking craniometry. We're not talking monkey bones. We're not tracing ourselves back to monkey bones. We're tracing ourselves back to our ancestors who are in these goddamn mounds, aka pyramids, all over North, Central, and South America and the conjoining islands. Respect it or check it. That's what you have to do. And so they come in and say, so listen, a lot of pan-boo-boos say, we don't believe in the theory of evolution, right? But they believe in the out of Africa hypothesis. Just logic itself will tell you, you cannot walk out of Africa if you didn't evolve out of Africa. They are one and the same. You cannot have out of Africa hypotheses and not connected to the theory of evolution and eugenics and all the other social constructs that they're putting on you. So that's why you can have somebody that identifies himself as a mestizo and not understand that he's mixed between the indigenous Aboriginal Negroes of the land and the pale European who came. This is just simple mathematics. And you guys are pushing hate. You're pushing pain. You're pushing suffering on your ancestors. We say we are the walking, breathing ancestors of America, period. Now, also, we say we're the greatest of all time because China is using technology from America. Europe is using technology from America. Asia is using technology from America. Africa is using technology that came from America. Now ask yourself, what the fuck are we using from them today? Please ask yourself that. That's why we say we are the greatest of all time. Respect it or check it. That's the proof. Europe is great right now because of America and Americans. That's history. Stop telling us, oh, this is the new world. We're the ancient world, according to science, not according to your mouth. Is that a word? So I can present evidence over here. You can't present shit. That's the difference right there between all the talk. We can present bones that are traced and that to the modern Negro today in America. Okay, that's what we can do. So this is just a preview of what we're gonna do tomorrow night. So I want to say shout out to everybody, man, tuned in.
Oh, yeah.
But you're tuned in to the greatest of all time. Shout out to the bro Sanchez, the GOAT. Shout out to you, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Much love.
Let's go.
Much love. Hey, you know, the crazy thing about this crap right here is that the only people who's trying to prove that blacks are from Africa are black dudes in America who call Pan-Africans, but they ain't black asses to Africa yet. So my thing is, you don't have a bunch of Africans saying, you guys are from the motherland, come on home. You don't see that. Like, whenever this concept is driven down our throats, it's always from some selected African, like a Dr. Ben or somebody who moved over here. They were working with the United Nations, UNESCO. Like, if you look at all the major groups that's allowed for black people in America, it's everything that's telling your ass you're an immigrant. So Hebrew Israelite, yeah, you ain't from here, you from Israel somewhere. Pan-African shit, right? You from Africa, everything that's called uprooting. I was talking about that the other day. Yeah, when they uprooting us from our own land. I don't want to talk too much, but the pygmy actually find this racist too. Australopithecus is them trying to make fun of the pygmy actually. Well, you see they tell you that Australopithecus is no higher than like 5 feet or something like that, and they dealing with the pygmy because the pygmy is said to be the oldest tribe in Africa. So when they want blacks in America to be out of Africa, they gotta make the pygmy a monkey. Cause they still tying that. The pygmy don't say they were monkey. The whole concept of this monkey, that's a god in India, right? The monkey god in India. That whole monkey was worshipped in Egypt too. Rafiki and Lion King, that was literally a deity in Egypt, and I can pull that up as well. But they do have a point in history where they actually worship this monkey. But the whole thing is, it's led to the whole world. It's almost like they want black people to think the whole world worship us like we the original man and woman. Now that does stroke our ego, but it's a eugenics agenda that puts us at the bottom of the way they got the IQ system and all that set up. They really believe that our DNA is primitive, and primitive to them is dumb. If it's first, it's dumb. So when we say, yeah, go ahead. You got it for sure.
Well, I want to address something you're saying, right? We only can go with evidence, correct?
Facts.
So with evidence, right? Here's the thing. Evidence tells us that this science that is being presented to the planet now, that's funded by all your favorite conspiracy people, not conspiracy. We know that, for instance, Black Lives Matter is funded by George Soros, right? So we could trace that. So we could trace, for instance, Black studies. We could trace this whole eugenic agenda to these people. So we understand it. So everybody should know this, that's supposed to be truth seekers, okay? The facts are that science is ancient. They just took ancient science and put their face on it. Everywhere they dig on this planet, they find Negroes. They created Caucasoids and Mongoloids and Australoids to confuse people. They're writing shit and putting it back in time. I'll give you guys a perfect example. During the time period of the Revolutionary War, were there Native Americans and African Americans? No. You know this. We know when this social construct was created. But when they're writing a book about the Revolutionary War, they'll say Crispus Attucks was an African American and Native American. What the hell are y'all talking about? He was an American. His people were American, and he was a Negro. But when they put the picture as a Negro, they already associated that story, that rendition of Crispus Attucks in American history, to the outer Africa hypothesis and the theory of evolution and eugenics. They just wrote it back in time. So right now we are the butterflies that are being affected by this time travel. Do y'all understand? This is facts. Hey, listen, if you really a truth seeker, just do the research yourself. These people, this is new. This is late 1800s science. So we're talking about, so people say, well, they already had, yeah, okay, facts, but they took it over and redid the science, put eugenics in there. So right now, the outer Africa hypothesis is debunked. The theory of evolution is debunked, period. So there's no debating that. Nobody's debating that. period. That's debunked, and it's racist. So when nobody's saying, okay, when we say we're the first Americans, okay, we're only going with chronological order of history that has been forbidden. This is all we're saying. So if anybody's mad about, okay, nobody's mad about European Americans who identify themselves as being Irish, and they have Irish Day parades here in America. Nobody's mad about that. So don't be mad at us if we are tapping into Naya and Luzia, the Olmec heads, our ancestors in the mounds here. That's disrespectful. I don't understand why nobody understands that. If you believe that you're African American or whatever American, fine. That's your right.
Yeah.
But our right is to identify with being the first Americans. That's our right.
Yep. That's the thing about it. Like,
shit.
Aboriginals don't try to go stop Pan-Africans from being Pan-Africans. We just, you know what I'm saying? The thing is, they try to stop Aboriginals from being Aboriginals. The thing about it is, see, they theory can't work and coexist next to the Aboriginal truth. And I think that's where it ties into. So it goes to where it end up to where a foreigner will come over here and debate y'all on where you from. Because you got to remember, when a foreigner come over here, he's assimilating into America. He going to go to college. And when he get out of American college, he going to look down at the blacks in the ghetto that's been here on this land way before him just with that degree. And he going to think he know more than you. Even though he's a foreigner, he going to think he know more about you than you know about yourself and your history and all that. And that's what I'm saying. These were the guys that was debating our great-great-grandmothers and grandfathers back in the day about our origins and shit. This is literally called uprooting, detaching the people from their land, man. But look, Judge Joe Brown ain't just no dumb dude. He know what he doing. This is a whole eugenics agenda, y'all. This is the science of racism. This is the science that ties the manifest destiny all together to where they say, so in other words, this is why you're 3/4 of a human, black people or Aboriginal people, because you're not fully human. The real human don't come to right here. You see, human. And look at the race of this human. You see on this chart is so it got a black dudes that's monkeys and dumb folks evolving to a smart white man right here. Y'all don't see the racism in this shit. Like we really trying to wake you. This out of Africa theory works against us in so many ways. But let me go back to the Judge Slow Brown, as my brother Chief say. Let's play it.
Okay, so President Joe Biden, he marks Indigenous Peoples Day in historic proclamation. So yeah. Biden issued a proclamation this week to mark Indigenous People Day, the first time a U.S. president has commemorated the holiday. Our Indigenous Day, our nation celebrates the invaluable contributions and resilience of Indigenous people, recognizes their inherent sovereignty, and commits to honoring the federal government's trust and treaty obligations to tribal nations. Today, we recognize Indigenous people's resilience and strength, as well as the immeasurable positive impact that they have made on every aspect of American society. The holiday has long been a pet project of activists who accuse Christopher Columbus of genocide against Indigenous American population and are vehemently opposed to his namesake holiday. Biden also marked Columbus Day on Friday, but in an unusual move, included lengthy carve out his detractors in this statement. Today, we also acknowledge the painful history of wrongs and atrocities that many European explorers inflicted on the tribal nations and indigenous communities. For Native Americans, Western exploration ushered in a wave of devastation, violence perpetuated against Native communities, displacement, and death of tribal homelands, the introduction and spread of disease, and more.
I call BS for two reasons. One, for whatever it's worth, 70-some years ago, my grandmother and mother registered me as a Choctaw since they were. So I can say something that way. And then there's somebody obviously black, at least I claim that. I might be a little high bright, but all of my parents were quite brown. I thought I was adopted until I met one of my grandmothers. But anyway,
right there to me, he started muddying the waters a bit, because the moment you say you Choctaw, getting into skin tone is irrelevant. Cause
Facts.
you see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Because since they were right, they registered his mother. That's a generation. So she's older than him. He's 77. So let's just say even if she's 15, right? She's at least 15 years older than him. His grandmother's at least 15 years older than her. So 30 years. So 2 generations older than him told him he's Choctaw. And they registered him as Choctaw. So, yeah, according to the UNDRIP, you talked about that earlier, that's the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, that if we can trace our ancestors, ourselves, to Choctaw, to colored would be the copper colored people, right? Choctaw is copper colored people first, right? Like, not saying that you don't have pale Choctaw
But
or even
look,
European Choctaw, right?
like,
Hold
but
on,
no,
real quick.
okay,
Hold on, real quick though. But who would be first though in this equation, brother?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
According to the historical context of pale Europeans coming here and mixing with the original Choctaw, right? Yeah. Choctaw is only a descriptive term anyway of dark people. Like, how do you have a pale Blackfoot chief running the tribe of Blackfoot people? It's literally a descriptive term of the people's feet. What the fuck? So they'll make up little dumb shit like, oh, it's just, it was running, it was dirty bottom of their feet, blah, 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 all the other shit that you say. But you're only a descriptive term of the people and the language or the proximity where they were at. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all confusion. And that's what happens when you're changing the language. You understand what I'm saying? And reclassifying people. So this government, just like this guy knows that black has no standing in law, just like white has no standing in law. You understand? There's no such thing as white people. Let's kill that today. There's no such thing as black people.
People think,
let's kill that.
People really don't get this right here, this part right here. It's this part right here where cats cut me off and they be like, man, I hear what you saying, but when you walk outside, brother, they see you as a black man. Let's cut through. And it's like, wait a minute, no, this is really important when we talk about black and white in the way you saying here. Cause I think it was Dane Calloway put a video up where they had all these celebrities correcting the reporter, like saying I'm not black. And they was basically saying like, I'm indigenous or Native American or some shit. I never even saw that shit till somebody put it up. It's from one of these Aboriginal channels. I saw it. Most of these celebrities won't identify as black, but they'll make you do it, though.
Facts. Like, super fact, bro.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. And look at the skin tone of these two right here, why they front. Copper-colored people right here. Right. That's crazy.
And they cannot, neither one of them, even Judge Joe Brown, old as he is, he cannot trace himself in no type of way back to nobody on the continent of Africa. He could trace himself to that goddamn zoo, but he can't trace himself back to Africa, y'all. Come on, man. Make this make sense. Make it make sense, bro.
Big old facts like he said his great grandmother told him he Choctaw. So why would you add anything to that and be like, well, I'm Choctaw, I'm monkey, I'm African, I'm this and no, your grandma didn't say that. She just said Choctaw. Who else told you something else? Do they know something your grandma ain't know? See, this is crazy. You muddy in
super crazy.
Yeah, man. I'm a hit player, and this chick here probably an Eastern Star trying to get her. Yeah.
And I just want to point out too, real fast, yo, that the Choctaw Nation as it is today didn't exist 77 years ago. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. All you niggas want to be Native American. We're not Native Americans. We're Aboriginal Americans. It doesn't say the Native Americans that they found when they came in. It doesn't say that. It says the Aboriginal people that they found when they came in. The copper-colored people. Choctaw. Choctaw is a language. Okay, so y'all gotta do a little bit more research on the how colonization works and how they're using color scheme system for their power. Period. That's it. There's no such thing as white people. No such thing as black people. Okay. Period. Let's just start there. So we can destroy that, then we can start destroying. If everybody said that they're against racism, okay, well let's let it be known. You're not white. You're not black. Look at your skin. Right? It's not actual. So those are systems. So if you say that you want to destroy this system, then everybody should be against racism, right? Or colorism, because racism is just another concept that's created, and we can argue that some other time. But right now, for us to say that we are the first American should not offend anybody who say that they are truth searchers who are looking for the source and not the college, not Indian school, not British school, not no school. This is, which we know these schools are funded by these people. So why are we having a whole discussion with people that say that elites are not woke? Some of them are, but they are part of the system. We all know this. So why should we honor anything or anybody that say they're elite? Okay. Shout out to the 5,000 elite. We do 5,000 elite. Shout out to Bro Sanchez. And once again, you could have, as a Pan-African, you could have took this information just like them, right? And say, you know what, I'm not going to go with the evidence. Matter of fact, Bro Sanchez, we're going to get into this tomorrow, but I can ask you this. What piece of your mother, man, who's beautiful mother, but what does your people tell you were?
I heard
being from Alabama.
I always heard rumors that my grandfathers were like Cherokee, Seminole, and stuff of this nature, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I would laugh. Now here's the fucked up part, right? I heard rumors in my family that is when you go back into my ancestry and all that, and since I was a little boy, they always said that, your granddad or your great-grandfathers, they were Indians. They were Blackfoot, Seminole, etc., right? And I'm going to be honest with you. Coming up as a child, listening to TV and all that, I thought that my folks ain't know what the hell they was talking about. You know what I'm saying? I went with hip hop, the Africanism, the Egyptian stuff, and I my eyes open. I see I was participating in a religion and a cult that actually disconnected me from my DNA, from the oral origin stories that was passed down on this land, so that we won't forget the statement, Chief, which was, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And now that statement don't even make sense if you're not an Aboriginal. Like, if you really think about that statement, it is so anti-Pan-African. It wouldn't make sense. It's saying that we didn't come over to Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock came over to us, which means we've been here. And there's a lot of other statements out there that we say and love that are really a testament to our Aboriginal roots here, but we don't listen to these statements and really critical think. But I'm a just fall back. But the state of Alabama is actually named after the Alabama Indian. Somebody put it in the chat room as well.
Let's talk about it. Hey, so it's interesting you said Malcolm X, the quote from Malcolm X, right? Plymouth Rock, then we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. But he also said in the clip that we have in the trailer, Aborigines, right? He said, you and I are Aborigines. He specifically said Aboriginals are not white folks, right? Now he was, once again, he was educated in the system, and they were pushing at that time period, black and white at that time. You understand what I'm saying? But he still said that we're Aborigines. So Malcolm X was teaching Aborigines before a lot of us were born. Some of us, I was there, whatever. A lot of our grandparents knew this already. So when you're saying that they're passing this information to us, what drove us away from information, what you just said was pop culture, was education system, obviously the religious system. If you're praying to Mecca, your whole ass is in Mecca. You hear me? You trying to get to Hajj. Real talk, you trying to get to Israel. You standing on Israel. Period. This is the homeland. This is the motherland.
That's right.
This is the land of milk and honey. And so, yes, the education system is flawed. Everybody knows that, but then they keep pushing. Well, what are we talking about? What do you guys don't like? Tell us what you don't like, because we've been kicking y'all ass for years. Y'all cannot fuck with this Aboriginal science because it encompasses everything that's facts and truthful. But we discard pet names. what the fuck? We're not excluding nobody from the truth. Nobody is excluded from the truth. Period. This is your ancestors are talking. We're waking up in everybody. That's why this is resonating to even some of the Pan-Africans and even some of the Native Americans. They are drawn to the truth. Ancestors is fighting. Wake up. It's your shit. What the hell is y'all talking about? There's too much evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Because if they get everybody focused on where our feet on the ground at, instead of get our minds out the sandboxes of Egypt and all around it, we'll never point back to if every black person start doing what's taught in the Aboriginal community, going to your local places to check your public records and seeing that you right here, you'll probably tap into unclaimed stuff and all of that in the family and all of that kind of shit. So it's like if we never claim it, they get to claim it, and they never gonna tell you either. It's a lot of that's just it in a nutshell, but it's a big agenda to make us look the other way, look all around us instead of where our feet at on the ground right here. And think about this before we go forward. The Pan-Africans would really look better if they was in Africa teaching that message, man. They right here, y'all, in America with you.
You just reminded me of something I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Okay. Can somebody please find us a person that's classified from the continent of so-called Africa, right? That is a member of the Pan-African community. Can we please find them? That's like a unicorn. That's like a unicorn, right? How y'all in a group and they not in the group?
Ouch.
And they literally openly say that we're not you. You guys been in America. Like, we have an ancient story that's older than 1492. Like, please stop having this created Christopher Columbus. Now, here's another thing too. Biden was playing lip service, and Joe Biden didn't even. I mean, Joe Brown don't care about them saying that Christopher Columbus. It's still Christopher Columbus Day. Don't matter about the lip service of Indigenous People Day. That's just a created term anyway.
Yeah.
They created it. So for you and for $5 Indians, that's for people that are married into the tribes. That's people that have been indoctrinated into the tribes and stuff like that or whatever. That say, yeah, we're gonna go with the Christian codes. We're gonna go with the color caste system, and we're gonna continue to be buffers and things like that. That's anybody that's participating in that is a hater, and that's un-American. So for us, all we gotta do is just be sit on our throne. So when we call each other kings and royalty, empresses and chiefs, these are servant names for the people. Shit y'all talking about, y'all want niggas to honor y'all and stuff. Nobody care about that. We care about the information getting to the people and changing the game everywhere. It's about economic empowerment. So if we talking about economic empowerment, why wouldn't, if we economically empower here, we're gonna be able to do business not only here with other people that are doing business here. Like, if you want to be an African, then you can do business right here with Nigerians in Houston. The hell are you talking about? And then go over there and start doing business over there. They're not going to do business with you if you don't have nothing to do business with. See what I'm saying?
That's right.
We're not reproducing things, but then we're not controlling the distribution of it. We're not controlling the distribution of food, information, spiritual information, nothing. We're just accepting it. That's never mind. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to keep this about information. You know what? But what the fuck?
Can't no Pan-African convince me that life in Africa is better than life in America. Because I'm going to ask them, well, why haven't you moved there yet? It's actually cheaper. Facts. It's cheaper. And then the Africans moving over here. So it's crazy, you know what I'm saying? Like, we finna mop the flow with it. I'm gonna play some more of this. We're gonna eventually go through all these joints, man. If I have to do 10 parts of this shit, bro, you can hop on every one if you want. You already know it, man, because this got to be dealt with, bro. This is a boule agenda. Our people don't see it. Hit the like and share button, y'all. Interject at any time, Chief. I'm gonna hit play.
Trump signed in through executive order $45 billion for historical black colleges and universities. And
that was the next subject.
Yeah, and this bastard cut it down to 2.
Before we get into that, because that's going to be next, I want to ask you.
I know I keep hitting pause, y'all, but please forgive me. I'm sorry. I'm being a little petty, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. I'm gonna be straight up, bro. Fuck
Shit.
HBCUs, man. Fuck
Tell 'em again.
HBCUs, bro. Listen, that shit right there, I'm so tired of hearing niggas talk. We get donating to HB. You know why they always donating to HBCUs? Because niggas gonna come out the HBCU telling you from Africa and you're a goddamn monkey. See, when they take you to the HBCU, this dude right here gonna spend 4 years telling your ass you're an alien and a monkey. You gonna get up out of there talking about E.T. and Bigfoot like Judge Slow Brown motherfucking ass. This shit is crazy, bro. HBCUs, man. This shit is.
But once again, though, he deflected away from Christopher Columbus Day. Like, she read the article about that, and they went directly to the HBCUs, right? And it's interesting. Once again, they always deflect away from who the indigenous people are. He deflected from Choctaw. He went to everything else other than talking about what his mama said. He said, "Well, I could talk about that way as far as being a Choctaw, right?" And then I went to the Black, and then they went directly into the HBCUs, y'all. Do you understand what I'm saying? To see the how these people are programming people. You understand what I'm saying? This is absolutely crazy. It's bonkers. It doesn't make any sense. And like, as far as we're concerned, you know, like, if the education system is messed up, then you're telling me that the HBCU should be putting out something different. But no, you're putting out just the regurgitated trans Boaz Zionist eugenic system. How is that possible? And it does not work for your community. I'm gonna say this again. You should be able to show us, right, power. You should be able to show us metropolises. You should be able to show us Wakanda in these communities with this system that y'all talking about. You can't do it. We right now we can show dilapidated communities all across America that have been in this system 70 fucking years. Are y'all serious? Because he didn't know nothing about being an African until he went to college. This guy right here. Because they wasn't talking about it until he went to college. See how this work? Like, they wasn't teaching it to his mama that they was other than Choctaw. They just reclassified us. You understand my point? This is laughable. So we should be talking about this. And these are the things that we should be talking about marching for. You should be marching. You should be emailing. You should be asking these politicians, why are y'all mad at Scott Beason for identifying us as Aborigines? Why is that an offensive word to anybody if it's still in the definition of American? Why is anybody mad about being called colored? Why? Why are you mad about that? Make it make sense.
Here go one of the photos from the first Pan-African Conference. I'm gonna slide a few in throughout the show as Chief dropped the jewels. Look at how many white people is present at this Pan-African Conference, man. And even at the melanin conferences and all that. You know?
Shit, they funded it. It's Biden them. And Bernie Sanders them, man. Come on, bro. They up in there. Like, it's all programming, man. It's all hate. And you understand what I'm saying? It's really crazy. Yo.
And I got to show people some, Chief, right? Because a lot of religious folks need to hear this. Why is the out of Africa theory important? Pan-Africanism important? It ties in the whole religious science aspect of it in theology. Facts. Because all of the religions start in Africa. Genesis, all of you, Noah, the foundation of all world religions start in Africa, which is why all the governments of the world have to agree. If they under one of them 7 world religions up under this UN, they got to agree, yeah, we from Africa, and it'll debunk the world religious system. That's how important this out of Africa theory is. It ties into the origins of man coming from where the Bible said it come from, where the Quran said it come from. And these the same scientists that's saying we can prove that the flood was real. We can prove that the Big Bang was real, and that's the let there be light. So their theology and their theories is just the Bible is the theology, and the theory is the illustration for the scripture, which is given in science. And with that illustration, you have to give a mechanical sequence of how this mythology would unfold and that's how you get into quantum physics. So if you look at what Judge Joe Brown went to school for, he did go to school for physics, which would make him like another Neil deGrasse Tyson on the low for his minor. He understand the whole theory of this eugenics agenda, how to sell it. And this is why I said he ain't no dumb dude, man. He know what he doing. This is a religion here. You know what I'm saying? You go out of these HBCUs and you ain't no smarter. You come out of there, you like, yeah, man, I spent 4 years at a HBCU and I can speak Swahili. And, you know, I know how to speak Libyan. And, you know, I know how to make certain goddamn Nigerian raps and foods and shit. But you still don't know nothing about your body, technology, none of that stuff. I'm telling you, bro, this is a indoctrination, waste of money, waste of time. And when the public records tie all of us Native American Aboriginals right back here. But I'm going to hit play, man, because this stuff here is triggering. I'm going to try not to pause it too much. But, Chief, we could take our time with this. We could take our time, man.
Yeah, because it's so much, bro. Like, you have to let these people talk.
Yeah.
Then we can come back and analyze some of the stuff they're saying, because they're so telling. Once again, they're literally deflecting. Like if this conversation, like, we're not Aboriginal, then they should have brought up the word Aboriginal and made it make sense to the people that are supposed to be smart and listening to them. The elites that's supposed to be smart, right? You guys went to HBCU, you guys went to Harvard. We challenging, like, at this point, we challenging PhDs. And we feel like our PhD studies over here is better than your studies. You guys are going off of institutional education. We're more classical. Like the scientists over here, like the bro Sanchez said, man, fuck that Glover shit. That don't make sense. And what I was a person that didn't care, right? But bro Sanchez said, no, man, here's science. This doesn't make sense. I could show these things. I could show it from an ancient perspective. I can show this, I can show that, and show how all this relates, all this confusion is all tied into distracting us. And for them to say, okay, well, this is how they could put the alien concept in your head, who built the fucking pyramid. It's no fucking outer space. You can't even get to the moon. Let alone now you telling us that aliens came here and built some shit here. Well, you can't even prove that they're in existence.
Right.
You can't get to the moon. So these are the same people that said that they got, according to their science, they got somewhere. These are the same people that y'all believe in that said that a couple people got off a boat without guns and things and subdued millions of people by coughing on them, by raping everybody. Like, we just some suckers just sitting there just waiting on y'all to do this to us, right? But those same people, right? They killed millions of people. Now you don't have the bones to prove this. The paleontologists say, well, all these people died of smallpox. You don't have these bones, right? Then you telling us that you went to Africa while you was enslaved, in chains, literally. You went to Africa, beat up some people without guns. You hit them with slingshots, brought millions of their people over here, right? Made us all forget it, right? You have no records of this. Made us all forget this. Like, we don't have nicknames from nothing African. Our names come from this land. But they'll tell us that, oh, Johnson is from Africa. Well, find us a Umar Johnson in Africa, right? Find us a Johnson. Find us a fucking Washington in Europe, please.
Thanks.
These names are Choctaw. Washington is a Choctaw word,
buddy.
Make it make sense. We're gonna make this make sense. So when these people came here, they said they found Negro de Terra, niggas of the land. That's how this works. Don't go with your new science that goes with eugenics, goes with hate. That's hate. So we're fighting haters. Okay, that's the problem that y'all have. You can't beat this. This is your ancestors right here. Your ancestors this week, let's lay y'all down. This, come on, bro. Y'all believe this? Show us. Don't show us doctored records. Don't show us shit that's made from roots. Show us some real shit. Don't show us made up stuff. You don't have no evidence of nothing. And then we just pointed out that Slavs are slaves, a whole race of people that come. This is not for us. We're not descendants of slaves. That's how this works. Now we're family members, and they turn family members into slaves. They turned the wife serving her husband food into a slave, right? That's their system. They abolished our system in Mississippi. I'm from Mississippi. So I have a Mississippi history. I don't have a European history. That's the y'all. Don't give that to me. I don't have a Kunta Kinte history. You understand what I'm saying? So make it make sense for you to be mad about me being an Aboriginal of America. Please make this make sense. If you're mad about that, you're a hater and you're a part of the eugenic society. Go over there. Because we're over here for the truth searchers. So Bro Sanchez gets honored because he always has supported us. So salute you, bro. We support you.
Most
Not
definitely,
the bronze black power.
Man, let's drop a bomb. Hell yeah. Hey, this stream is lit, bro. This energy right here is what's up. And
That's dope.
And I gotta point this out, and then we'll hit play, my brother. Look at if people never thought about this, only thing you got to prove the Middle Passage and the slave ships is these drawings. If you start to think about it, it's laughable. I understand maritime situations and ships to a degree with a naval history in my family. And what I can tell you is if you look at the Titanic ship and if you look at some of our greatest cruise ships today, they're made out of steel. And if you carrying a horde of 600 people, every human got to drink so much water every day, so much food, right? All the luggage all these families gonna have, storage places, a whole crew. We got stores, which means products to be stocked in the stores. They can shop on a boat. Just think about a modern cruise ship, just like a floating city. And big one is maxing out, starting around about 600,000 people. That's a nice size ship when you consider what it takes to sustain them at sea for long amounts of time. You can't take a lot of people because 600 people gonna need so much water and storage room to support them out there before they get to their next ports or whatever. But think about how that is with a modern cruise ship of steel. Now let's compare it to one of wood. These are wooden ships. They would have been at sea for like months at a time, and they telling you they packed this long. If you look at the amount of slaves on that ship compared to the storerooms, is laughable. There's no way if you got water and supplies in just these two places, it's enough to support your crew and all of these slaves in these two little boxes. Even a child know that. But it's just a lot of laughable stuff about this. But I'm gonna go back to the video though.
The Indigenous Day and what he's done.
That's just BS. It's just an opportunity. He's a long line bigot and racist. Has been his whole life and career.
But do you feel as though that the day should replace, Indigenous Day should replace Columbus, Christopher Columbus Day holiday?
Well, it's kind of strange. Columbus was an Italian who was operating as an agent of Ferdinand and Isabella, who united the two most powerful houses in Spain, and that was in 1492. So what are we celebrating? I have some good Italian friends that like Columbus Day because Columbus was a brilliant, ruthless Italian, and they like that. Mm-hmm. I don't like what it says in terms of the inference to Native Americans, or Amerins, as we are also called. And I don't like what it says about diminishing what the Norse did.
Can you stop right there,
getting
brother?
to.
Okay, so he he's country, so he says Amerindian, right? So once again, we're talking about terms, right? And so we have a very astute, you have a very astute chat room as well, brother, that could just look these terms up. And so when we start talking about terminologies, when we talking about Amerindians, these are people that predate. A lot of times we're talking about 10,000 BC, right? You know what I mean? And like I said, we're going to get into a lot of this tomorrow, like especially debunking these theories and stuff like that. We're going to tap a little bit more into that, but we're addressing what he's saying. But he's definitely putting out terms. They said we're Amerindian, so I don't know who he's talking to, but I'm assuming he's saying he's calling himself an Amerindian and her because he's saying we. Who's the fuck we? Right. So of course, we all have to assume he's talking about Black people. It's Choctaw Amerindians, right? Amerindian is pre 10,000 BC Negroes in America. Period. Y'all can respect it to check it. Now, the interesting part about this, in China, 10,000 BC, and Siberia, 10,000 BC, and Great Britain, 10,000 BC, France, 10,000 BC, Italy, 10,000 BC, everywhere, 10,000 BC. According to science, they said that it was Negroes there. Is this correct, Brother Sanchez?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, we can only go with what we can prove, not what we can talk about. So it's interesting that people like George Joe Brown call himself a Amerindian, right? Go to that, and it's pre-historical or a primitive Americans. This is what science calls Amerindian. So when he said these terms, he's clearly kind of read up on it. But once again, his job is to deflect to Africa, to deflect to Black, to deflect to the system that pays him $20 million a year. Well, he doesn't have that anymore on television. His ratings now, but he's not going to affect that system. Now, he might like be a little bit disgruntled, and he might say some stuff, but he's a member of the Democratic Party, and he's been pushing the Democratic Party before me and Bro Sanchez was born. So when are you going to start the Choctaw Party, Judge Joe Brown? So the stuff that you're saying doesn't make any sense. But so Amerindians are American Negroes, aka American Aboriginals. These are just terms to deflect away from who we are, right? And so when people say that you're half and half of this or whatever, what are you basing that off of? Are you basing that off of some new shit, Dawes Roads or reservations and things like that? Like people are, you guys on the res? No, nigga, we don't live in a prison camp. We have land. We're from here. Shit, we're still here. You know what I'm saying, Bro Sanchez? I'm sure that your people still have land in Alabama. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, we should kind of start asking the questions. Find us some pale people from Europe who owned your people. Stop telling us that this thing happened to everybody. Make it make sense. Like you're only seeing it based off of the records. You'll see some records in your family. They'll be like, oh, these people have this guy's last name, and they have next to them unpaid labor. And in your mind, you're like, right there, slavery. But nigga, that's because you didn't get an allowance. That's your granddaddy or your great granddaddy. Y'all from his land. He's the master. Master bedroom. This has nothing to do with slavery. Slavery is coming in chains, right? Like y'all said, from across the Atlantic. Well, that's Pale European Slavic story. That's not so-called African American story. That's not the Aborigines of America. Okay, that's not our story. So that's a Hollywood story. So make this make sense. How does your story start with Kunta? That's a fictional story. Brother Sanchez, are you aware that Roots was a book that was flagged for plagiarism, and that Alex Haley got sued for plagiarizing 2 books, by the fact, yeah, and he lost the plagiarism lawsuit, but they still funded the movie to be made, brother. Did you know that?
Damn.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
That's a fact.
You know,
that's
like Amistad, Roots, all of these movies that try to make it like we came over here on ships from Africa. You right, yo.
Facts.
Like, damn, that shit should be in the fiction part of the library. It probably is. Damn.
No, it is.
Hold up. Let's drop a bomb. God damn it. God damn. That shit's in the fictional part of the library.
Yeah.
Yo. Damn.
It's fictional.
Damn.
It's fictional. Fictional.
Damn, this is deep, bro. Y'all get the lights up for real, man. Let's get the lights up.
Press go.
I'm gonna hit play, Chief.
You got it.
North America quite a long time before the rest of the Europeans. And then genetically, it looks like there were two migration periods where Europeans got over to North America in antiquity to mix up and mix with the Asians that had come across from Siberia through Alaska. And then everybody came up out of Africa about 95,000 years ago. So
Right.
everybody comes from Africa. Some went to Europe, got pale. Some went to Asia, got yellow. Some went.
Now, you know I gotta roast him on this. Bro, it is white folks that have been in Africa for hundreds of years. People, listen to me real quick. It's white people that have been in Africa for hundreds and hundreds of years, and some of us never been. There are white Africans who speak several languages on the land. They know it. They've been in Africa, right? And they ain't turned black yet. I don't get this, right? He's saying everybody started in Africa and they was black. Then when they went to different places with different environments, the environment changed their color, but yet we don't see these environments changing people's colors today. We've had Asian Americans for at least a century now on this land. They haven't turned colors yet. This is what we get degrees for. If y'all think y'all coming up out of college smarter, you're a fool. Real talk, and I ain't even shitting on college, but you just got to know, hey, I'm just going to learn this shit to get the paper to get a job, but I know the truth because I'm telling you right now, bro, if you need aliens and Bigfoot to tie in your theories, these are some very bizarre theories, and they're passed off as intellect and science. It's crazy, man, and it definitely disconnects us and uproots us from our true motherland, which is right here beneath our feet, which is why we ain't left yet. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and Chief, you
Super facts, brother.
Yeah.
And no, man, you going in, man. You hit the nail on the head. Once again, y'all, we can back up everything. It's not claims. We're not backing up theories. We're backing up actual evidence. That's shout out to Dr. David Imhotep, right? And a lot of times people be like, we don't rock with him. Well, once again, he's just honest enough to go with the evidence and say, yeah, I know I said it. I have the first PhD, Dr. David Imhotep. He had the first PhD in ancient African studies. So according to them and their system, he would be the go-to guy in their system. Well, he said that Africa's the motherland, but America is, right, grandmother. Well, we like to say America is great-grandmother. According to science, we're the oldest, we're the biggest, we're the best, right? So even the concept of food, right? They like to tell us that all this food comes from Africa. It doesn't. Out of the 640 food groups they have, over 600 of them are indigenous to America. So you're only getting the story from their rendition. Oh, this is okra and it comes from Africa. It's not indigenous to Africa. It's indigenous to America, but they just give you an African name for okra. And remember, these same people who are funded by these people are telling you now, oh, get you some gold and okra. We raise goats, but we don't eat goat. That's not American culture. That's some culture that y'all couldn't put on us. Y'all couldn't put Kwanzaa on us. Y'all couldn't put none of this shit on us. We are our ancestors, that ones, the same one, just like, brother, are you familiar with the fallacy of colonization?
I'm not sure I am. School us on.
Well, Frederick Douglass, it's a clip of Frederick Douglass. He did in 1894. Now, this is not recent. This is recent history. This is modern. 1894, right? They love Frederick Douglass, right? As being one of their heroes that did all these things, that free niggas out of slavery and all this, right? Well, in 1894, right? He said, paraphrasing something, the quote from him, basically saying that all this native land talk is nonsense, right? He said the native land of the American Negro is America. This is a direct quote from Frederick Douglass. This is 1894. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of our grandparents our great-grandparents knew this as well. You understand what I'm saying? But the system was reclassifying. Nobody told you to go check African American. Who told you that? You understand what I'm saying? And Sanchez, I'm sure you was a teenager when they started classifying us or pushing African American on us,
Yeah.
right?
And you, yeah.
Right? Come on, bro. Like we were teenagers.
And
Like, what the hell is y'all talking about?
you want to know
But
some? Oh, no,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Go ahead. No, finish up.
Well,
You
no,
got
you
it.
said something that your story is my story because we're in the same age bracket, right? That we learned this culture through hip hop, through television,
Yep.
different world, the Cosby Show, all these things that was pushing us away from him. But all these people knew, from Malcolm X to Frederick Douglass to Dr. Martin Luther King saying you're exiled in your own land. What the hell is he talking about? He ain't talking about Africa. He said that the American Negro finds himself in languish and in exile, in language in American society, and finds himself in exile in his own land. What the hell is you talking about, Dr. Martin Luther King? He's saying the same thing that
Yeah.
your grandmama told you, Judge Joe Brown. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And listen, Judge Joe Brown is an alpha, so him and Dr. Martin Luther King is frat brothers.
Yeah.
So they
A5A.
they both have the same story from their grandparents. So what the hell is y'all talking about? So if
You
Dr.
know
Martin Luther
what?
King was still alive today, we'd have been like, hey, what was you talking about when you said we exiled our own land? And now you're talking about we bunky people. Like we'd have been on his head right now. But Malcolm
going.
X, huh?
They going against their own ancestors on the land. I feel you. Most definitely. You cooking, man. Hell yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying, I just feeling it right there. But it just, this dude, man, like everything he's saying is exposing himself. So hope they're going live tonight. I hope they're going to respond to some of the stuff that we're saying. Hope that we can change the culture, that they have to address us being first American. That Judge Joe Brown has to address being Choctaw American. He has to address that. He cannot. If he doesn't, then that further tells us, y'all, that this man is a part of the Get Along gang. And him and Kwame Brown are not the same people. Shout out to big brother Kwame Brown. You know what I'm saying? Tap him into this too. Tap old Kyrie Irving and show him some love too. You know what I'm saying? Show them some love. The truth tellers need to be.
I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Kyrie, man. Like we got to tap into the truth. Like Kyrie Irving, he's adopted into that tribe, but he predates them in that tribe. Let's stop playing with this Lacona stuff. Let's stop playing with all these new Johnny-come-lately tribes. Niggas ain't like, it was 5 civilized tribes. Well, how many tribes were there? I come from the uncivilized tribe, okay? The first tribes. All the shit y'all talking about is new. So just get that through y'all head. And guess what? Y'all have something that a system already set up for you. We set up our own shit. Don't be mad. Get out the way. You're in the way. Y'all can go do that over there. That's a part of the system. You have that. Nobody's stopping you. You see what I'm saying? Fran Sanchez, this community was built. I know because I was there drawing up the goddamn plan. So I know it wasn't built to be a part of the system. You understand what I'm saying? I understand that. It was for all the so-called African Americans that think they African because they follow Judge Joe Brown. This community was built for y'all. It wasn't built for you bougie ass motherfuckers. So when y'all get this through y'all head, understand that. Stop being so goddamn. You coming at we don't care. We don't care about that. We don't even know. We already know what you're doing. Stay over there. It's fine.
Yeah. The neo-pagan movement basically turned into the modern black consciousness and Pan-African movement. That's all. Hey, look, this thumbnail is telling too because we look more like the Aboriginal people of this land versus African. The sister you see on the right, she's an Aboriginal. These are the people who they call Aboriginals, what they look like versus African. Now we can see a distinction because Africans got that sort of Asiatic eye type thing going on a little bit and a more slimmer nose. And a lot of people say we come from Africa and we can learn from Africa when Africa was the first indoctrinated continent on earth, the first disease land. And just listen, people glorify Egypt before I hit play because I got to do this to the Pan-Africans. This is the step pyramid in Egypt. Look at this, y'all. Just look at it. Now compare that to the step pyramids, plural, in South America. You know what I never thought, what I never realized? In all of my career, Pan-Africans been telling me, Brother Sanchez, The step pyramid in Egypt was a learning project. The Egyptians were trying to figure out how to build pyramids, and this was like their kindergarten project. They didn't get it right. Now, you mean to tell me everybody come from Africa, but the Egypts didn't know how to get that step pyramid right? But over here in Mesoamerica, they were building several, and they looked immaculate. Look at this, y'all. You mean to tell me the Egyptians taught these people, or these people taught the Egyptians? I mean, if we want to make that argument, I would have to say, look, this shit look like a mountain right here. Look at the size of the people on there. This thing, listen, whatever the Olmec Mayan were using in this Mesoamerican landscape, that's like one stone. What were they cutting with? They trumped the Egyptians, y'all. They got us so glorified with Kemet in Egypt, but if you start looking at Mesoamerica, bro, this shit was trumps.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, can I? I gotta interject something, right? Mm-hmm. Because, and I know you're not doing it on purpose, because when you're reading stuff, it's describing these pyramids in this time period. It's Meso, right? Meso means middle, and if we're talking about a time period, we're talking about, it wouldn't be ancient, because ancient, when we were talking about the Amerindian and the time period, what they're doing is they're mixing time periods up. So Mayans didn't build this. Incas didn't build this. These structures predate them. They came after. And so a lot of these terms, the Mayans never called themselves Mayans. It's just a descriptive term of dark people again. So they're writing, they're putting time periods. They said this is Mayan pyramid, but the Mayans, they were in the time period when these things were created. So I just wanted to point that out, y'all.
I'm glad you pointed that out.
We're gonna definitely get more in depth tomorrow, y'all, and these builds, and we can get more into these pyramids, and right. But I just want to put this fat on your head, right? And they're talking about practice, right? Well, before there was a concept of stone, right? We had baskets of dirt that we put mountains on top of our ancestors. That concept, if they talking about steps, right? That predates the step pyramid, right? Then the step pyramid would predate the smooth pyramid. So there's progressions. We have all those progressions in America. They don't have that in Africa. They have a new progression, which would be that the smooth pyramid. They don't have the mounds there that were subsequently built on top of the next ancestors that predate Mesoamerica. So we like to call it Egypto-America, right? Because we have more so-called Egyptian culture in America that predates Mesoamerica. So they keep calling it Mesoamerica to whitewash the ancients. We are the ancients speaking. This is what we're saying. The ancient people built this. Ancient Negroes built this. And you know why we know this? They put themselves in carvings. Our ancestors put themselves in paintings, like to say, oh, this is us right here. We did this. Wouldn't you do this if you did all this hard work, right? And keep this in mind, without slaves, with cooperation, with governance, with peace. That's what comes from America. We gave that to the rest of the world. They didn't bring constitutions to us. They didn't bring governance to us. They didn't bring peace to us. They brought war. They brought prisons. They brought orphanages. Y'all understand what I'm saying? They brought fucking nursing homes. We didn't have that. We had a system that took care of our people here.
Facts. Yo, I'm glad you said that, because I got
to
say this real quick. Yeah, press them goats, man. Press them goats, bro, because check it out. When they came over here, our ancestors was dealing with hemp, herbs, and mushrooms for healing. And the Amazon right there in South America got the most diversity of healing plants on earth just in that one area. So the real herbal healers came right here, the original Aboriginals of this land. Now, what the Pan-Africans will tell you is that Imhotep created medicine, but they don't tell you Imhotep created Western medicine, which was based on snake venom. Our ancestors' heal medicine was based on the mushroom, the herbs, the hemp, and all of that. Keep that in mind. Herbal healing versus Western drugs and medication of Pan-African Imhotep, Kemeticism, to show you now the differences of how the natives of this land start adopting the pilgrims' medicines and systems and stop abandoning their true herbs and mushroom knowledge. They ban mushrooms in this land. There's nowhere else in the world but the Americas where the psilocybin, the ayahuasca mushroom is like a class 3, class C or some shit. Is banned at the top of the list when it's a herbal mental herbal aid, meaning that people in South America actually use this to treat autism, depression, and all that. But these things are so abundant in nature, they would crash the Western medical system. So a lot of things had to be banned. But I don't want to go too deep now. I'm going to hit play. I don't want to prolong it. I'm going to go ahead. And if you want me to pause it, let me know.
From yellow to
some went here.
America got red.
South America.
Some came back around and got brown, and some pale folk came from Europe. So it's all mixed up, but everybody's got the same genetics that came out of Africa.
Right. Okay. So, and then I'm gonna just say this about that, and I'm gonna move on to the HBCU. Is, you know, every Black person here, no, we are not the Aboriginals, indigenous. No, baby.
Oh, some think we are.
Yeah.
Some claim Jewish ancestry, and I've even heard 250,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago, when anatomically modern humans first appear in the fossil record, some aliens came, built the pyramids, and then took the Africans from Africa to North and South.
Y'all know I gotta stop it again. I'm sorry. God damn it. Let's rewind that. E.T. talk. Wait a minute.
That came out of Africa.
Right. Okay. So, and then I'm gonna just say this about that, and I'm gonna move on to the HBCU. Is, you know, every Black person here, no, we are not the Aboriginals, indigenous. No, baby.
Oh, some think we are.
Yeah.
Some claim Jewish ancestry, and I've even heard 250,000 years ago, 250,000 years ago, when anatomically modern humans first appear in the fossil record, some aliens came, built the pyramids, and then took the Africans from Africa to North and South America. Okay, fine. That's like the Nazis did. They wanted the new German nation, which was about...
I got to show you where Judge Joe Mathis, what knowledge he referring to real quick. This is crazy. Judge, yo, talk to him, bro. This is...
Hey, no, I get it, man. He went right away from the Aboriginal conversation and went right to somebody else, deflected right to other communities, and then went to aliens. Come on, man.
Yeah.
If you ain't the...
Yeah, no, you're right. The African aliens, though, because look, what I'm showing them, Judge ain't no different than this white dude right here. They teaching the same religion. Damn, Chief. I can't believe this shit, man.
Look, they master teacher.
Yeah, bro. And they want to tie in the Mayan and Olmec shit in with everybody just ancient aliens, right? And this is their way of still making you an immigrant, a foreigner, because that's what the word alien mean. You never from this land. Even at their origin point, they got you starting off in the fucking sky, dropping down. You a fallen angel. Like, this is Satanism at its best. Fallen angel theology. I can't interpret it nowhere else. And this is what Judge Matt is giving us. But, you know, I'm going to go ahead. This is, man.
50-some years old at that point, to have some authority for having ancestry, and they claimed Aryans as ancestors. And now you have the Aryan Brotherhood, Aryan Nation, blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans. Well, there are Aryans, but they're known as Indo-Aryans. They're swarthy with dark hair, dark eyes, and they look just like Kamala Harris, who is Tamil Hindu Brahmin / Indo-Aryan.
Mhm. Okay,
So
so
go figure. Everybody tries to claim whatever is expedient, and the ancients used to claim they were descended from some god or goddess.
So let me say this, y'all. We're gonna so keep this in mind. Judge Joe Brown said his great grandfathers or his family, the elders in his family, told him he was Choctaw. And now he want to replace that with modern theology, which tell him he ain't Choctaw. He come from some gods and goddesses. Now let me show you the gods and goddesses he's saying we all coming from, these gods and goddesses. Let me show you. So here we go. These gods that we come from are the fallen ones. This is where you get the Anunnaki concept. Now, when you say Anunnaki, which is what they talking about here, these gods that they dealing with in the occult, when they're panning our origin point back to the Pan, which is the god of chaos, or goat god. Brahma is Pan, or Abraham Brahma. This bearded god is the goat god Pan. That's why they actually call the beard a goatee. Goatee. I'm just giving you etymology. When they talk about these gods, they're talking about something in the occult called the Anunnaki, which is who they go to giving you the science of these these source gods that humanity come from. And it pans back to the god Noah in theology. I'm about to go somewhere here. Noah would have been the father of humanity after Adam's seed. It would have been reset under Noah after the ark and the great flood. So Noah in the occult is Brahma or Nuah or Anu, the bearded god you see here. This is Brahma, Abraham, Noah, which is the god of the ark. This is Anu. If you take the words Anu and flip them around, it's Nuah or Noah. And you can see here the ark, which is flat earth cosmology, by the way, with the animals in it and all of that. This is your original Noah. And of course it became Christ and all of this on top of a mountain to symbolize the firmament. But I don't want to take y'all too deep. I'm giving you a taste of how we can go with this if you want
Right.
to go deep. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to address the goat thing, right? You know what I'm saying? Because some people might not be catching the frequency, right? Well, this is the whole concept, and I know you go in on Pan and stuff, and we definitely understand that concept, right? But for a person like myself who understands the origin of it, right, and understand how they take energy and manipulate it. And if you believe in what they believe in, then, right, what they're laying out to you, if you believe in these things as deities and you believe them in a certain frequency, right, they're winning because you're afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it. I don't believe in it. You know what I'm saying? All you goat riders out there, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So the concept, we're taking that concept and changing the frequency. Yeah, I understand what we're saying. We're changing the frequency. When we're saying that you're the greatest of all time, the goat is just a manifestation of that. So we're just taking that energy and flipping it back on. You understand what I'm saying?
I totally agree with that, and
I kick Pan in his ass.
Yeah, I'm not gonna debate that. And it's about deciphering it, not fearing it, because I don't want people to think
Facts.
that, like, if I go to the farm, I'm not gonna pet the little goat, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it ain't. I don't want you right. I'm glad you pointed that out. Like, there's nothing wrong with a goat, with the animal a goat. It just so happened that that's the animal they use for the devil. But there's actually truth behind that once you get through the spookism. And I'm with you on that. You're right. But and I just want to say that when Judge Joe Mathis talked about these gods that we come from, this is what he's giving them right here. This is I'm serious. If you even look at the Masonic, what I'll do now, I don't want to go too deep, but check this out. Masonic cosmology. Look, God Anu is the all-seeing eye. above the arch right here. So when you go over here to this cosmology here, you can see what they all referring to here. So this is the god Saturn, and the arch is the ring around him, right? When you talk about the leprechaun with the rainbow and the pot of gold, this is where all this come from. The rainbow is the arch symbolism, Noah. Remember that the leprechaun is a Jew. He wear a top hat. He wear the green of St. Patrick and the Irish. And he's also a bearded deity like Uncle Sam. But I'm going to keep it moving. I just want to show you a little bit of what, Judge Joe Brown admitted to being a brother of the craft, and all that. But I'm going to go back to the video.
All right, so I want to pivot now towards Biden cutting HBCUs funding, and let me just play this clip.
Is weighing in after a drastic drop in potential funding for historically Black colleges and universities. The Biden administration originally proposed spending $45 billion for HBCUs in that $3.5 trillion package to expand the social safety net. However, negotiations between congressional Democrats will likely shrink that overall package, and some programs might not get the funding they had hoped for. Fox 5's Paris Jones, live from Howard University with reaction tonight. What do you know?
Right. Well, we spoke to a few students about this, and they say while they're not surprised this happened, they are disappointed because they say their school and other HBCUs across the country really need that extra funding.
$2 billion for all the HBCUs is not enough.
As lawmakers on Capitol Hill remain divided over the Biden administration's multi-trillion-dollar spending plan, some students at Howard say they're heartbroken over the latest version, including $2 billion for HBCUs, a lot less than the $45 billion they were hoping for.
With the general issues that's going on now, and then we're having less money that's being put on campus, what else is going to be, ripped from under the college students' experience?
HBCU funding is very important. We don't get the same kind of attention as everybody else, and we deserve that same. We deserve some leverage to be on that same playing field.
I just feel like we're just set even further back on the back burner, even though we should be respected and we should be prioritized like PWIs are.
The money for HBCUs could go toward things like educational programs and infrastructure, something some students say is desperately needed because historically there have been disparities in funding and resources at HBCUs.
We have buildings that are falling apart. We're constantly repairing. We're doing construction. Some of our buildings are just now opening. So I think with more money, we need to fix the infrastructure. Education in this country gets the short hand of the short end of the stick at any point. And because we're Black schools, I feel like they think of us as disposable. And that should never be the case. If anything, there should be more funding going into HBCUs because that's where culture begins. Like for Black people and Black students, we rely on these universities to bring us a sense of community and for us to be together.
Wow.
Now, the Biden administration says they have provided over $4 billion in funding to HBCUs through the American Rescue Act.
These things serve no purpose. I look at these HBCUs like just other churches, big churches.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, though, Sanchez, right? So Biden is the Biden administration, but the Trump administration funded the so-called HBCUs for 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I do remember them saying that nobody could take that away. I remember everybody being happy that he had increased the funding for these people, right, in these HBCUs, right? He increased the funding for it. So remember they said that they hadn't cut the funding for it.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't take nothing away from it. So these things right here are conditioning. This film is it's like butt breaking.
Yep.
It gets you conditioned to cry and moan. What are you gonna do about it? Well, okay, well, nobody's really gonna do anything about it. Because the people, the Judge Joe Brown niggas is the niggas that's controlling the pain and keeping you guys confused. This is the problem. Why the fuck do you have Black anything? Like, what is happening? Historical Black colleges. What are y'all teaching in these CIA camps? This is what these are. And guess what? We have the evidence. Because it just got created in the fucking 80s. 1980, not 1880s, 1980s. Like, this is the facts. And listen, respect it or check it. So when you're mad, that means that you don't know. I defy anybody listening to Brother Sanchez channel, listen to this in the world, that's going to hear this in the world. Hit me up at chiefholiday@gmail.com. You cannot debunk shit that we dropped today. You're not going to be able to debunk anything we're going to drop tomorrow. Just showing the evidence of what we're saying. You're never going to be able to debunk that.
Never.
Ever. That's
I
the problem
couldn't
that you're gonna
debunk
have.
it. That's why I became an Aboriginal, because I couldn't debunk it.
Peace to the God, man. Appreciate you very much, bro.
Yeah, hey, that's facts, man. Look, all roads lead us right back to the ground beneath our feet. But this is laughable, though. Like, this HBCUs are just, they trying to give us a vested interest in something that ain't going to really help us no way. All of these schools, even though they call historically black colleges, they've been historically known to give the Europeans curriculum. So it don't matter.
Right.
It don't matter.
I just want to point out, Judge Joe Brown went to UCLA. Just want to point that out.
Wow. What a hypocrite. What a goddamn, with that collar popped up like that, man. Come on now. God damn.
And that includes $1.6 billion in debt relief to 45 HBCUs earlier this year. Back to you.
Okay.
Let me say something about that. The bottom line, white folk, listen to me carefully. You are upper middle class, lower upper class, or whatever it is. You've got a beautiful little daughter who's driving around in her shiny new car you bought her. And she's been real stuck on stupid, and she hasn't checked the gas gauge. And she's driving down one of these freeways that proliferate through all of the large cities.
I think Judge Joe Brown got a fucking mind problem, because that's another thing about him. And I know I keep pausing it, but he'll go off on this scenario out of nowhere. You'll be like, so Judge Joe Brown, how did black people get to this point? Okay, let's just say you got a little white girl, and she's in that house when her mom and dad is not home, and she's playing with those dolls, right? And when she's playing with those dolls, she's not thinking that the big bad wolf is at the door, right? So when you have a situation, and I'm holding, what the fuck? And he'll go off into some, hold on, bro. How many of y'all notice this shit? If you ask him some, he will create a scenario that's like a whole mini movie on your ass. Let's hear this out.
Middle class, lower upper class, or whatever it is. You've got a beautiful little daughter who's driving around in her shiny new car you bought her. And she's been real stuck on stupid, and she hasn't checked the gas gauge. And she's driving down one of these freeways that proliferate through all of the large cities. And she's noticed that she's getting frighteningly close to E. She's been out with friend girls. There may be one or two in the car with her, so they are about to run out of gas. So they pull off of the freeway at the most convenient off-ramp where they can see gas stations in the background. They pull into that gas station to get gas.
Stupid.
And it's 3:17 a.m. in the morning. Now, it's down in the hood of the barrio somewhere. And that area does not have leadership where the leaders are the people that control.
Do you hear how fucking long this movie is? Wait a fucking... Oh shit, bro! This is a long ass movie. This movie long as fuck. Hey, look at her face though. Look at her face. She knows she like, what the fuck is Judge saying? But he never. I can't make the judge wrong. But Judge done just play. Look, yo, he started with a little white girl with mad parents with the tank on E. Now it's like a whole war going on. Hold on. This he losing his mind. He losing his mind. Hold on.
In the morning. Now it's down in the hood of the barrio somewhere. And that area does not have leadership where the leaders are the people that control what happens in that area went to college. They are pimps, drug dealers, hustlers, burglars, thugs, gangsters, and all kinds of folk that run that area. Now, do you want your little precious daughter to have to pull off in that kind of area? Or do you want that area to have been bootstrapped up by college-educated leadership where they're trying to do something about changing the circumstances, the ideation, getting rid of the glorification of dysfunctional so that neighborhood has public peace, dignity, and order about it?
Let me show y'all something. Did you know that the #1 major in all HBCUs is business? You know why? Because black people going to school to be capitalists. not philanthropists and humanitarians. He acting like these college educated niggas from Harvard and all that ain't gonna try to exploit your ass like the white man. They going to school learning this shit from the white man. Why would they not come out of his colleges speaking his dialogue, telling you you're a monkey, you're an alien, sounding like the white man, telling you you're an immigrant? And these college niggas that he speak of, when you go to telling them about the white man, they'll tell you to go back to Africa. And that's when you gotta tell that nigga, I never was in Africa. And that's when he'll debate you, oh, yes, you was. You're a foreigner here and you can go back. And you will see he's been programmed with the same manifest colonial mind of its oppressor, but he got a degree and he think he's smart and he helping uproot you from a land. He telling you that we should have African pride. Listen, let me show you how hypocritical this shit is. They're telling you you should have African pride and that we the original people from Africa, but they ain't went back to Africa yet. And yet when they get mad at you about pointing out the problems in America, their insult to you is to say, well, go back to Africa, which proves they don't really think that much about Africa. They think about it, a Pan-African would tell you, go back to Africa. Ain't that stupid, y'all? He should be in Africa already. He telling you to go back. I literally debated Pan-Africans that it's crazy how you can be a Pan-African, an American voter, and all this stuff at one. Like you don't have a dual citizenship. You're an African-American, right? But you don't have a dual citizenship because Africa ain't no doggone nation. And Chief was going over that the other day about the word Africa.
Right.
Shit like that.
I want to point out something real quick, bro, Sanchez, right? See, I think people get having pride in black, right, and Africa confused because what they did was they applied black studies and they just morphed it into African studies by the 90s. We have the actual documentation. This happened in the 80s to the 90s. When me and Bro Sanchez in college age, be able to go to college and get more indoctrinated, just like Judge Slow Brown right here. Shout out to Aboriginal Power came up with that. You know what I'm saying? Peace to the guy. Oh, y'all follow me? This is how that worked right there. This is what it was. We just are man enough to say, yo, we got duped to go against what our ancestors said. This dude said he's 77. Are you serious? Well, he's a lawyer. He's a judge. He took the oath, and he's an alpha, which is set up by Sigma Pi Phi, Boule, right? They set up by them, and we know the Skull and Bones set them up, and where that goes back to. Why are we amazed when he's ducking the shit? Ducking Aboriginal. Explain it, Judge Slow Brown. Please explain it. You have to explain this. Tonight, we're going to be tuning in tonight. We're going to be live through watching this tonight. Giving blow by blow. That's dope. You know what I'm saying? That's what we are on, y'all. We're here to make history, and y'all are a part of history. I want to say salute to all the American Aboriginals, North, South, Central, and all the conjoining islands. I want to say this is your Sahab, and I come in peace.
Most definitely. I'm dropping a bomb, man.
Press go.
See, that's the bottom line. You don't have to be white. You can be middle class. But do you want the leadership to be established by those who went to college, or do you want the thug set to run everything? Now, back to this other.
I'm going to keep pausing it. Fuck that. I'm tired. He triggers me. He act like niggas that went to college can't be thugs. He act like college is a sanctifying motherfucking process. Like a nigga who, come on, this is where you learn how to be a blue collar, white collar, the most, come on, like you can't make it like college equals good morality. You just can't do that when, you know, you got a lot of people that went to, Monsanto went to college. I mean, come on, shit, most of your college dropouts are the ones that control technology like Bill Gates and all them. So you can't act like a dude who then go to college is automatically a thug. He got a very divisive, shallow, old gate guard way of thinking, bro. a dangerous way.
Hey, listen, he was the valedictorian of his high school class, right? He did well in UCLA, right? Graduate as well as postgraduate. So that's where he got his law degree at UCLA. So let's be clear. So he is a very smart guy in their system, right? In their indoctrination system. He believes in monkey aliens, period. We don't have no more talk. We're not the same people, Sanchez. We're not having the same conversation. He's funded. He's an oath taker. Gate guard, nigga, we jumping gates, knocking old niggas out the way. They can't stop this.
You know, it's just some very eerie about the old Satanists, though. Like when they get old, like Judge Brown, and they still keeping the oath to their grave. It's just some eerie about that shit. Like, bro, you a real creep. You this old, you went to college, you're a judge, and when your grandson asks you where he come from, you're gonna go to talking about E.T. and Bigfoot. To disconnect that young man from this land and the truth that your ancestors told you, which is his Choctaw. Just like the Bible said, don't add and don't take away. If my forefather said I'm such and such tribe, ain't nothing they can tell me in college to add with what my great-grandfather just told me, man. These folks ain't in my family that's in college. All they got is this chart that I'm showing you right here. And they want people to agree with this when they get out of college. But to agree with this, you got to disagree with what your forefathers said. They didn't say you come from no Australopithecus and Lucy and all this crap that the judge and them want to tie us to. But yeah, bro, this is so important for the people. Make sure y'all sub to Supreme Chief Holiday. Let's get it.
The point. Affirmative action got ended. The Bakke case, which went up to the U.S. Supreme Court, jump-started the ending of affirmative action. At the time that Bakke got set up through California, the University of California, there were 19 black dental students in California. There were 119 black medical students in California and 219 black law students in California. The law students were begging some of the medical students not to go along with what was being attempted through reverse discrimination. Some black students were promised admission if they would help set up a reverse discrimination case. We said you could not base the admission on simply taking black folk with the highest admission scores for black folk, but deficient otherwise. You had to deal with the University of California's requirement that admission will be based on a competitive assessment of grade point average, aptitude test, and or other factors that indicated an ability to succeed, which was set up as per the California state constitution that said the University of California should be for development of statewide leadership. They even specifically mentioned our colored brethren who have so recently escaped from the horrors of slavery. They too, along with every other minority, need to have the opportunity to develop effective leadership for their communities. They wouldn't go for that. They were some selfish SOBs who helped set that up. We have had a black caucus in place for 50 years almost since then, who has not done one damn thing about reversing that, though they have vividly and avidly participated in setting up affirmative action for every other ethnic group, including some bogus ones, the artificial ethnic group of LGBTQ as a cult. But they have participated in everything but helping out their own black people. They even had a law professor at UCLA, my alma mater for undergrad and law school, who had a black wife and some quasi-colored kids, who said black students don't need to be going to first-tier universities because they will be overwhelmed. Well, I wasn't, and my colleagues weren't, and we did a lot of good things in life, though all of us are retired now, or quasi-retired. But historical black colleges and universities, because of the glorification of dysfunction and the general lowering of the educational quality and level, are needed so that black communities can get their own educated leadership that can do something about them. Now, that starts in the home place, and I tell people this: white supremacy may be an adversity that we have to deal with, but there's no white man sitting across from the kitchen table keeping the black student from doing his homework and his day.
But there is a white man that's teaching a black student in his homework that he's not an Aboriginal and that he's the only thing great about him is slavery, and teaching them that the great people in history was Alexander and all them. Columbus discovered America, which we know that's a lie. So even though the white man ain't stopping the black boy from doing his homework, he's still stopping the black boy from reaching greatness in the form of giving him lies in the homework. Judge Brown don't get that though. That the white man basically paying you for your ignorance, because by the time you get out of his school, you got to agree with this chart right here. This takes us away from reality right here. But I'm going to hit play. This is crazy.
Paying bad mama isn't paying attention. She's talking about he needs to be able to play his video game so he can have fun and stay out of her hair. That's not effective parenting. And the other thing is, we still need to bootstrap some people up so they can have a chance on turning things around, because we have lost political control of what happens locally. We don't participate in the Board of Education process.
I'm so tired of old gate guards like him talking about, well, don't participate in the Board of Education process. You haven't met your mayor. You ain't brought him a pecan pie. You didn't go up there and shake everybody's hand. You didn't listen, man. We pay them folks to do a job. Why do the whole city gotta participate in these people's job? They ain't helping me with my job. I'm paying them. That'll be like me hiring a plumber to do a job, and the plumber don't get the job done. And I asked the plumber, look, why you ain't fixed my toilet yet? Well, you ain't helping me, man. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, plumber. I paid you to do this. This your job. But you ain't participating. You could have handed me a screwdriver. You could have brought me some lemonade. You could have shook my hand. You could have asked, man, I paid you to fix my toilet, bro. Like, why every time these folks fall short, they got to say, well, the reason we failed you because you didn't show up at the meeting. You didn't do it. Look, listen, bro. What we don't listen, if the people participate or not, you're getting paid to get some accomplished. I don't get this dumb way of thinking. I just don't. Real talk, man.
The people who are elected to boards of education don't have a great deal of input from their black constituents. That's all.
So the Board of Education teaching our children homosexuality in school. And the reason why they doing that is because, well, the community ain't really giving them ideas on why not to teach these young boys it's okay to be a young girl. You know, like, instead of just calling out the truth that this is part of an agenda against our people and our children, you rather point the blame at us and say, well, you ain't helping your government. When the last time you went and knocked on the White House door and asked to sweep or mop or do some dusting? So quit complaining. Have you met your mayor? Did you bring him cookies yet? Then shut up then. Like, wait a minute, all this crazy shit.
Our fault.
Right.
So we
and
have a lot of need for restoration of the historical black colleges and universities. So to be candid, they have two big problems. One, a college education is a college education, and it teaches critical and analytical thinking. And a lot of non-historically minority students have taken advantage of that now, since they are no longer reserved for the historic minorities. And the other thing is, we need to do something about prioritizing education and changing HBUs from glorified high schools to full-fledged universities and colleges, so they don't have to have demerits and confined for being late coming back to the dorms.
Right.
Are you serious? This is crazy.
Stop. Because I want to end with Lewis Hamilton and what he's doing. Also, I want to pick up that conversation about education and in the Black community this Thursday, because I have the perfect title for it. And
I
also,
knew you were inspired. See what I
yes,
did? I inspired you.
yes, but that's why I was like, no, don't give them everything right now.
I'm not giving them everything.
Okay.
There's a lot more to go.
Yes, and I want us
Inspiration
to,
and chastisement.
right.
They go together. That's why we go to church, isn't it?
And DeJuan Banks, Dana, you feel like no Blacks are from America originally. We were all slaves. First of all, there was no America. That's number one. No, we were not all. When we came here, we were enslaved. We weren't slaves. We were enslaved. But everything starts in Africa. So
she got combative right off the jump. She failed to fully answer the question, and the only thing she know is everything started in Africa. You know why? I told you they going by this chart right here. This chart right here gonna be y'all best friend. Screenshot it. This is the motherfucking evolution of human. This is a human evolution timeline chart. My bad. And I like this one right here. Like, it sums it right up to you. It shows you the racism. Why everybody want you to be first and the whole Lucy thing. You know what I mean? So they got to go with that. That's the new age thing of the eugenics agenda and all that, which I'm going to talk about later. But I'm going to hit play. Chief, whenever you want to interject, just let me know.
No, you're doing good, man. You're killing it. We're going to go ahead and sweep them on up, man.
All right.
So when you read some more books, we were here before Columbus and other people books, then we can have that conversation. Because I do not entertain a conversation of we are the Aboriginals. Well, the Aboriginals are African. How about that? So
well, let's put it this way. My Native American side says those ancestors got here before the ancestors I have directly from Africa got here.
My bad. I know, Chief.
And some of the white ones, too, who came directly from Europe.
Bear with me, Chief. My bad. But goddamn. So check this out, right? The book We Were Here Before Columbus, it shows you that, yes, what you call black copper-colored people were here before Columbus, but it goes into to say that they came from Africa, which is why she say the Aboriginals of this land were Africans. And they want you to think that all these other continents were empty. There were just animals, birds, and all that, but no humans. And humans had to wait till we developed boats and became pirates, and the world opened up on some Noah shit. And that's how we populated these other continents, and when we did it, that's when skin tones came. This is crazy, y'all. It's crazy. Like, think about this to you Pan-Africans. Every land started off when the universe was created. Now, none of us was there, but think about this. Why would the creator put everything in Africa and hope it spread? If the creator made trees, the creator put trees everywhere when it created this earth plane and put grass everywhere, water everywhere, the sky everywhere. Why wouldn't it put humans everywhere to begin with? You know what I'm saying? Why that everyone is to me, there were no lands void of humans ever on earth. And I think the people who we call in copper color Aboriginal always been here, which is why we can't find a land or identity or a flag and then nowhere else. But let me hit play.
Let's put it this way. The Native Americans went by way of Asia, came out of Africa, but that was at least 95,000 years ago.
Right.
And perhaps a few migrations before that and some after. But
okay.
Yeah,
so
let's get into anthropology first before we have this discussion.
Yeah.
Anthropology. And you know why he want to get into anthropology? Because in order for you to prove what happened 95,000 years ago, you definitely got to be theoretical, which is the field of study of what anthropology is. It's the study of humanity through the application of biology, cultural studies, archaeology, linguistics, all that good stuff. But It's basically the whole foundation of this chart that I'm giving you right here. When you pull up what anthropology is. So he went to school to learn the chart that I'm debunking now. No one knows what happened 95,000 years ago. Now, look, let me show y'all something before we move forward. Anthropologists agree that the pygmy are the oldest humans on Earth. Now, look at this right here. You see how this anthropologist is dealing with an Asian pygmy right here. And throughout history, you will see that they're dealing with short tribes. The whole concept of the elves at the North Pole and stuff, the pygmies said they come from the north. But the chimpanzee is a very short animal, like what you see here. Again, this was racism against the pygmy. Like they got this short monkey right here is what they referring to these people right here as. They saying we come from short, people like that who were monkey-like into modern man, as you see here. So this is a crazy belief system. Ain't no way you can prove this definitively. It's just something you have to believe in. But why would you believe in something with such a bias and racist agenda that's aimed towards your detriment? This is a scientific racism, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead. Oh yeah, when Big Bush said, he said we're bringing forth a new world order, not the law of the jungle. They were directly referencing our ancestors, the natural law that says nature rules over man. They law is man rules over nature, or order out of chaos. But let's go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Yes, that's what you have to do first before you start having this discussion. We are Aboriginals. So I want in closing, the topic I want to end in closing, of course, has to be on Lewis Hamilton. And you sent me this. Lewis Hamilton's charity aiming to boost number of Black STEM teachers in England. Lewis Hamilton Charity Mission 44 has partnered with Tech First to help recruit 150 Black science, technology, engineering, and mathematics teachers in England. Hamilton keen to help improve diversity in the profession. So speaking of education, which we are going to pick up on this Thursday, because I'm calling it school days. Take it away. How do you? That's why I love Lewis Hamilton.
He's too many of our Black celebrities over here are dysfunctional ignoramuses. They aren't even ignorant. They're ignorant, a congenital condition not cured by acquisition of knowledge, information, experience, and observation. So we over here have fallen for the crap.
Including you, Judge Mathis. You one of them old dudes who failed us too, because you didn't do nothing but run your damn gums and make your own money selling out, and you ain't started no STEM. You up here talking about Bigfoot and E.T., and this young boy right here is starting STEM. Won't you get off his nuts, because your old ass should have many programs like that already. Except you on other young folks, you on all over YouTube, on everybody's channel, while this young boy out there really doing something. You're a millionaire judge now who know what need to be done, supposed to be intelligent old elder, and you ain't put none of your money towards STEM for people in your country, but you want to throw this young dude work up at everybody else over here and say all the celebrities over here are ignoramuses when you are a fucking celebrity over here, dude. You talking about yourself too. In fact, you're worse because you older than a lot of these young niggas who blowing their money. You just sitting on the money and you can't do what this man doing because you know you'll become a target. Now, for whatever reason, Lewis Hamilton is able to do that. He risking his life doing it. Salutes to him. I don't really care about a motherfucker promote STEM when you don't know who you are, right? Because you'll still just be looking to get another job in STEM. You're still dependent. You ain't creating industries. You're the fucking one that's becoming an applicant. Ain't we tired of creating applicants? We don't create industries. We go with whichever way the wind blowing, and we always Johnny come lately We got old washed up niggas like Judge Mathis who sitting on money, who know what to do because he pointing it out with a young man doing it right here. But his old ass ain't doing it. Yet he can sit on his ass and throw it up on everybody else's face who ain't doing it just like his ass. You ain't got too much longer in your life, Judge, to do it. So you better hurry up. These young rich niggas can wait a little bit more. Like, come on, bro, this is crazy. I ain't letting you off the hook with that. And they talking about this is black science. Ain't no motherfucking such thing as black science if black people ain't the ones running the science industry. You listen, his money is going toward black people learning more STEM to assimilate into the white man industry who's orchestrating all of these industries. Like it ain't like we going out there to learn STEM, to create our own industries and hire our own people and be self-sufficient. We going out there to be better slaves, more efficient slaves, and more assimilated slaves under the guise of black science. If it ain't,
and we put up as our spokespersons and leaders those whose primary function is distraction.
Right.
So this man has got more balls than 99% of the people on the planet. And
including
he
you.
gives back, and he is not unaware, and he puts it out on the line, and he speaks out. Now, that's more than I can say for a whole lot of celebrities.
So what he wants to do...
took a knee,
yeah,
but Kaepernick didn't follow up because he didn't want that position, I guess.
Now, Kaepernick did start some...
I don't really care about Kaepernick, and I don't really care about none of these dudes who so-called doing something for the people because it's just a front. But what I don't get is how this old dude can criticize all of these young guys when his old ass ain't done nothing. You talking about old gate guards hating on young niggas, man. He's hating on Dane Calloway. He's hating on Kaepernick. He's hating on motherfucking... Think about this. Everything about niggas like Judge Mathis is to worship the foreigner and to get you to think you're a foreigner. So he'll get his foreigner dude props, Lewis Hamilton, right? He'll get his foreigner dude prop. But down Kaepernick and any black celebrities over here for their little efforts, right? You see what I'm saying? Only way you can get your props from this old gate guard is if you ain't in America. Other than that, we crabs in a bucket hating on each other, calling out other niggas for not doing shit you didn't do. And you too old for this, Judge Mathis, Judge Brown.
He did, but I'm just saying,
rights, but
he had the opportunity to becoming new black leadership. They poster child for it, but he didn't go there. And we have everybody else who's trying to be the poster child, not everybody, but too many talking ignorant. And the press in this country has been pushing that ignorance instead of knowledge and wisdom. Now, I had the #1 or #2 television show, but do you see these bozos in Hollywood in the mainstream media pushing a Joe Brown? No, they push Stuck on Stupid. I certainly made as much money as anybody, but they don't push that. They push Stuck on Stupid. So we have, as a consequence, Lizzo the hippo and Cardi the hoe. So we've got Nas X, the distracted and the confused, and a bunch of LGBTQ folk who are a cult. It's not just their homosexuality, which is their business, but a cult whose functional purpose is to destroy the traditional family, who've taken themselves out of the loop. See?
And that's exactly what you doing when you try to deny the Aboriginal public records that link us to this land, and you go with the monkey talk. Think about it. I don't know what's worse, the LGBTQ agenda or the Pan-African agenda. The LGBTQ people want us to think we were natural sexual deviants in antiquity when we originated. And he want me to believe that we were fucking monkey men and aliens when we originated. Both of you saying we was something motherfucking other than natural at the origin point. I don't know which one worse. It's just crazy. He don't see how he doing the exact same thing to where you ain't giving us natural facts, and we're natural human beings. And we got a lot of unnatural philosophies in our minds about ourselves, like coming from monkey men and LGBTQ type of sexual blurring of the lines. No offense to them. Let me put that on the record. We don't want this video down. Salutes to anybody. We not targeting you, nothing. We just dealing with science. And by the way, fair use. Let's keep it moving.
What I always joke about, what do you see every time you see a live human? You see a successful screw. And when that screw grows up, it screws, and there's another screw that grows up, and it's a chain that never ends, and these folk aren't in that loop. So I feel sorry for them.
Also, with Lewis Hamilton, this Mission 44, or his organization Mission 44, is to recruit 100. Yes, is to recruit 150 Black STEM teachers to work in disadvantaged communities across the country. It's important that you hire Black teachers, which is not happening here in America. Now he's doing.
Yo, I got to say this. This chick is delusional. These guys are out there freaking minds, and I'm going to tell you why. What good is it to hire a Black teacher if he giving you the white science still? It's so stupid. It's like saying, okay, I went and bought my Newports from a Black man, and I supported Black-owned business, even though a white man made the products in the Black-owned store, which is what I mean by Black folks just like the chocolate Coke shit. It's Black on the outside, but when you walk in that store, it's full of white products. And you could compare that to the mind of a Negro. He's Black on the outside, but when you ask him about his goddamn origins, he don't tell you what his Black ancestors said. He go to calling his goddamn self a monkey like the white man said. You niggas is whitewashed. And you don't see it, that's what I'm telling you. And that's what this chick, you know, these chicks are our worst enemy. I hate to say it in some points because they go along with the status quo and stroke these old gate guards' ego, and that's what these old niggas got working in their favor. Some mammy in between them that they'll never let this chicken nugget-headed judge really debate a nigga. Like, they won't let him debate Dane Calloway. He's not gonna debate you and he's gonna let this woman talk for him when he's an OG. That's coward shit. Yo, it's so much I can say about this judge, but I'm gonna try to give him a little, stall him out a little bit, but I can't. But let me hit play. Sorry, Chief. Let me hit play.
Doing this in Britain, and it's great, and he should. But and I want to emphasize that is to specifically recruit 150 Black STEM teachers because representation matters.
That's in England, where he's a subject. He's not an American citizen. He's personable, speaks well, does not butcher the language. He's talented. He can sing, play musical instruments, and he's a great public speaker.
Right.
And he's got money and balls.
And he's attractive.
Well, I don't know. I don't look at men.
That's for me. That's for me and the ladies.
Well, actually.
I think they talking about Trump. I don't know who they talking about there, but I'm guessing it's Trump. And all frivolous, shallow reasons to like a person and let them be your leader. Like, that's stupidity right there. And he's cute. Like, just this chick right here, man, is like the prime example of this shit is cringeworthy. Oh, man, yo.
In one sense, I've got one son is a year older than he is. I wish that son was doing what Sir Lewis is doing, and I got one a little younger than him who is doing something.
Right.
But it is what it is. So
and also
be glad that you got somebody who is a Jackie Robinson, Joe Louis, Jack Johnson, Muhammad Ali, all rolled into one. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. By the way, we need more basketball players like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who is a scholar.
We need more basketball players like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who's a scholar. How about we need more basketball team owners like the white man in the skybox? You thinking small than a motherfucker. And if this is how small our OGs are thinking, we in trouble. We in trouble. I ain't tripping. Like, we need more athletes. What if the white man, see, that's what's going on now with the prick. We don't control nothing. So when the white man say, look, if you want to stay in my league and dribble that ball, nigga, you gonna get this tranquilizer like you're a goddamn cow on a farm, because this is cattle slavery. And if this prick don't show you that they treat you like cattle and you still in cattle slavery, then I don't know what to tell you, because they have to put certain shit. Let me just stop, because I don't want to get this taken down. Let me hit play.
He's a classmate of mine from UCLA. Mm-hmm. Big Lou had a B+ average in engineering, and you never saw a big man without a slide rule clipped to his belt. You've got
I think that's that right there. Let's see what else I got for y'all. Check this out, right? We was saying salute to Kyrie Irving earlier. So that's the end of that video, and I'm going to go to another one. That's good timing right there. We got a whole video out the way right there and rip that shit in and rip them up. I still got some more videos for y'all, but I want to show y'all this. Look, you see why they targeting Kyrie Irving? He's talking about flat earth, and he's talking about Aboriginal shit. He had to get out. He gonna eventually, have to get out the league, because he ain't gonna get the prick. Like, look and look at LeBron on the other hand. Just a big sellout. No stand up, no pushback. But check this brother out, right? With showing up with the feather and shit. Now, Kyrie has really been putting the heat on him. This article said here, 98% of African Americans are in fact native Indians and are owed millions. Now let me show y'all something. Here go the hypocrisy of this article. Look at the title. If 98% of us are in fact native Indians, why are you still referring to us as African Americans? The word African shouldn't even be there. Remember what Chief told y'all earlier when we did the etymology of the word American? We're the real Americans. And you can't put no adjective in front of that. No black American, white American, Negro American, African American. You got to just say American, period. Or you going to demote yourself. Because now, think about it. Who are the Americans, period? Because that refers to the original ones of the land before the adjectives came. See what I'm saying? So if there's any group of Americans out there without an adjective in front of American, them would be the original ones. And we just looked up the word American in antiquity before all the adjectives was placed in front, and it actually testified to the original ones. It also come from the word Amaru, which is motherfucking Tupac middle name, if I'm not mistaken. And that's just a sidebar fact. Tupac Amaru Shakur, right? He's named after America. But check this out, man. This shit crazy, because they saying 98% of us are native Indians. That's owed millions, which is really billions for real. But this right here is the hypocrisy, you know? Now, here go a picture of a Native American Aboriginal. Don't this look like one of y'all sisters? Like one of your nieces? You gotta go and look at people from Africa. They look nothing like this chick right here, this sister here, which is exactly what the black, quote unquote, black woman in America. You look more like this. And look at how old pigtails go. To this day, right? You don't see women in Africa doing this hairdress. Women in Africa wearing braids. They wearing head wraps. When you get to America, you get these two little pigtails. Where did this hairstyle come from with the two little pigtails down there? That's native to this land. And you still see sisters doing it today. Even the ponytail. Did you know that the ponytail is an Indian hairstyle too? Like, no bullshit. I was looking up some of them pictures of Indians and stuff, and old Indians and stuff, and they had ponytails. I was like, damn, even the male Indians had ponytails. I'm not making it up though. You look at pictures of some of those Seminoles and stuff. Yeah, they like I was like, yo, a lot of what we do, we've been doing it on this land, and it'll connect us back to who we are and shit like that. But look at this, man. One of your sisters had this hairdo this morning. You know, when did we start getting dreadlocks and all that? When the Rastas came over, Africans came over giving you dashikis, making women cut their beautiful hair like Erica Badu. And you know why? Let me show you why. In the Bushman tribe, right? In the Bushman tribe in Africa, all the women and men shave their hair. In a lot of these African tribes, you see how the women got a low haircut.
Hey, bro, Sanchez.
Yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I wanted to interject something you said earlier about Tupac being named, his middle name, Amaru, right? That you said something that was key, that he was named after, his middle name is after America. So we're going to kind of tell the story as if, we traced the Amaru, right? Amaru, just pronunciations, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we trace this term back, it was not just a Nicaraguan king that the Portuguese, and it's interesting that the word Portugal didn't exist at this time. So Portuguese didn't exist. So once again, they time traveling, but we get back to that tomorrow lesson, right? Just going to skim over the Tupac thing today, right? When we're talking about the history of America, where the term come from. The people was a descriptive term of the people, right? Not just a Nicaraguan king. The king would have been representative of all the people. So he was the king is the people the king. So same shit, right? So the Amaru, right? So for them to take it and put "ka" on it, which is land, America, right? America, right? They're the ones writing the books, trademark and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? They have ownership of it. So that's why we are disconnected from it. And that's how they could take control of it and say, well, this guy named Alberto Vespucci, right? America is named after Alberto Vespucci. But well, how is that possible? If how is he named after this guy from the Europe, right? So that's how they're pushing European supremacy on Americans. This is colonization through the school books, colonization through culture, through religion, so on and so forth, right? We just skimming over this real fast. So when we're talking about Tupac, what made him so great was his Tupac American. He's American, right? That's represented all of us, right? So when we're talking about making that connection, I just wanted to go there. Like at times they say, you guys saying that America's named after Tupac and all this other stuff. Nah, it's his mother tapping into that energy.
Big old.
You know what I'm saying?
Because see,
so
that went on. Yeah, you right, bro. Press go, because that's exactly what they'll say, Chief. They'll be like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And what we teaching you is that his mama knew what's up. Think about it. All the people coming with any Aboriginal shit was targeted. It's targeted. Like Dane Calloway, and I just noticed, right? This is the OklahomaEagle.net right here. And this article, I believe, so they got, this is Dane Calloway's article, is what I'm saying. So he been putting in work, because I was researching it, and this what came up. So this obviously been getting a lot of hits. It's been up since 2019. And like the brother said, this shit does make you think right here. It make you confirm, what Kyrie Irving confirmed, real talk. And why they targeting him, another example. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but you can't get around the fact that most of the hairstyles black women do here in America are native to this land. Except for braids, dreads, and all that stuff, real talk. But that's something to look into, women, that'll show you, connect you back here and show you like what I was saying about the ponytail and all that. That's Native American stuff. But let me go to it was another video, right? Where she was going in on Dane Calloway. And it's this one right here. And she ain't really teaching on this one. It's not really a lot of stuff to teach about the Aboriginal science or whatever. But I think her arrogance show like how they monopolize the voices of brothers and stuff and say, if you ain't got scholarship, if you ain't read this book, like you ain't qualified, like Dane ain't qualified. You know what I'm saying, to be teaching about this stuff, basically. But the Judge Joe Brown is more qualified to teach about this, even though he's talking about E.T. and Bigfoot. And Dane pulling up public records, and he pulling up the white man's motherfucking pseudoscience, racism, and eugenics agenda right here that I'm showing you. It's what the judge giving you. Judge giving you what the white dude giving you right there. Monkey man. And what make me fucked up about it is Judge say that shit proudly. If you look at them chimps in the zoo, them your ancestors, nigga. Bro, that's an insult. You can't be mad at a white man telling you that if Judge Joe Brown can. After all, it's science. So the white man can call you a monkey long as he's doing it in the form of an anthropologist with a fake skull that he says a Lucy bone from Africa. Let me show y'all how crazy this is. Let me put my blunt out. Now check this out. The white man can't walk up on none of these niggas and say, hey, what up, monkey? But they'll go to college and let the white man tell them they're a monkey in college. But think about this. They in a class, right? The white man got a monkey skull out telling the black people, y'all monkeys. And they saying, you right. And we got to get the answer right. They're agreeing. Now, when the class is over, they walk outside the class, and that same white man walk up to him and say, all right, have a good day, you monkey. And now it's racism. That means you don't even believe your own science. You don't even believe your own science. Otherwise, when a white man call you a monkey, you'll be like, that's right. We the original monkey people, that's right. Put some respect on my chimpanzee ancestors like Judge Joe Brown just told you. Look at them chimps over there. Them your ancestors. Now that's a smack in the face to your grandmother, grandfathers, and everybody. Listen. All the humans that start from 6,000 years ago on Earth prior to that is what they call an humanoid, or 80,000 years ago and back. And it's a disrespect to all of them. Real talk. Think about it. If our ancestors were monkey people or Australopithecus, it's the oldest carvings on Earth are cave art. Cave art, they said, is dating back millions of years, which I don't believe these big old amounts of years they making up to prove the Big Bang. But anyway, on the cave art, our ancestors drew pictures of themselves, and they didn't draw themselves as monkey people. And what kind of monkeys do we see drawing today? They can't show you monkeys making language today and creating alphabets on the wall and picking up rocks to write. But they want to show you this on the timeline, though, y'all. Come on. Like this stuff, so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, going back to, the conversation of Judge Joe Brown, just looking at this right here, this is debunked, and this is eugenics, right? So most people who say they woke don't fall in this paradigm, but they don't know that the Outer Africa hypothesis is attached to this, bro. We're gonna go in more on that tomorrow. Oh, we can go on that today since we right here looking at this. Like, we got plenty for tomorrow, y'all. So it's up to y'all. Let us know if you want me and Bro Sanchez, man. Press some ghosts, man. If y'all want to go in, just go ahead and debunk whole outer Africa hypothesis. Obviously, we can connect it to the theory of evolution. Like, so that just don't make no sense. But just the concept of Africa, right? We know just even in Dr. Martin Luther King time and Malcolm X time, our grandparents' time, they wasn't calling themselves or consider themselves Africans. Let's be clear. So even if someone was pushing black, they was rejecting black. They colored was the thing, but they alienated us away from colored by putting colored, making colored a negative term. You know what I'm saying? Just like if like they're trying to make Aborigine a negative term. Well, make it make sense that how is Aborigine a negative term? How would colored be a negative term when it's legally saying that you're attached to this land if you have color on your documentation? That's the law of this land, according to them, not according to Bro Sanchez and me. Y'all can play with all the. I don't care about nothing but what we can prove, not what I think that alien came down, made us some monkeys, made some niggas, then made them niggas. Man, come on, y'all believe in the whole slave narrative when our ancestors told us what they did and how they did it, where they went and got the stone to build on top of the mounds. And then when our other ancestors that predate anything Meso talking about, right? We have the documented evidence in America. Why y'all are way over there in UNESCO land in North Africa trying to make up some shit? Please make it make sense. Y'all can't fuck with us. Shout out to Lotus Television to deal with that. You know, like, come on, y'all. Y'all know we got killers over here. Y'all understand what I'm saying? When we talking about teachers, shout out to Jaguar Omeg. Like, we got real killers, bro. Like real killers. And there's no think tank fucking with our think tank. I'm gonna say shout out to Bro Sanchez because once again, he understands, like, yo, we just going where the evidence go. Yeah. Where he's been told. He's man enough to say, man, I was wrong. Goddamn. We all was at that point. We got duped. So now you're either being duped or you a part of it. And these niggas is guilt. Like, real talk. So every time I'm asked, who's paying you? Press go. Who's paying?
Press go. Feathers motherfucking up.
Press go, please. Hey, you know, like I said, we putting on for all the goats out there, man. Shout out to everybody, man. We definitely appreciate y'all, man, just tapping in, man. When we talking about this information, man, we gotta, like, that just simple. Like, we can go directly to the people who started the Outer Africa hypothesis and how they're pushing it on our people. We can show you directly. We don't have to go far. So we know that Africa is not even a term that people that come here, they don't consider themselves African Americans. They don't join Pan-African movements. They don't do any social, political, economic, nothing with you guys. So how is this possible for you guys to keep talking about you trying to get some power? How are you even relating power to black? So what we're saying is, while you traveling through your journey, just put Aboriginal in front of your black. Or after your black, Aboriginal power, Aboriginal black power, however you want to do it, right? Like, I'll tell you this. One of my favorite teachers of all time is Dr. Amos Wilson, right? He was a psychologist. I like to think of myself as one of my PhDs, you know what I'm saying? And so as a psychologist, you know, you just go, like, you don't allow social constructs to direct you in any way. So when he wrote the blueprint for Black America, I don't have to be like, okay, well, they mixed Americans. Do we have to put, like, no, I can separate my feelings and emotions from being black. I know black is a color, it's a scheme. Once I know that, why the fuck do I continue to say, okay, well, I can't take the principles from the blueprint for America, a blueprint for Aboriginal America, a blueprint for the first Americans, right? And apply it. Our ancestors built this country. Every fucking city. What the hell is y'all talking about? Why the fuck are we not included in the process? Oh, we all way in Africa. Mm-hmm. Kissing people ass that don't even like you. They're telling you that, no, you go back home. Like, you're home. Like, we like you. Bring more pesos. Like, come on, y'all. Like, come on, y'all. Y'all tripping. We the greatest of all time. So that's what we're tapping into. So when we're tapping into this energy, you know, we just giving it back, the negative. You know, a lot of times people say, you know, we talk about medicine. You know what I'm saying? You gotta, like, in order to you know, for you know, they go into these viruses and stuff, but you have to take the poison and turn it into an antidote. Our people are poisoned mentally. So start there. Or you can go outside, start in your damn brain. You know what I'm saying? Like don't be confined to a color like black. Right. I wonder why you're not getting any power out of this concept, or white, and why it's so resistant, why people are so angry. These are concepts that somebody's pushing. Who's pushing it? Make it make sense that for Judge Joe Brown to identify himself as black and monkey and everything else instead of Amerindian Choctaw. Make that make sense, Judge Joe Brown. You a lawyer. Mm-hmm. Your monkeys don't have no standing in law around this bitch. So all that shit y'all talking about, bro, man, tap in, man. Let's go.
This is slaughter right here. And you know what's crazy? Like, Judge Joe Brown, this chick right here went in on Dane Calloway in this video right here, right? And when y'all hear what the kind of argument she was making, now this ain't really got nothing to do with Aboriginal stuff. Instead of her going into any teachings, she just went to tell Dane Calloway basically how he's not qualified and he don't have the credentials. Now, the word credential come from the word creed. All of these colleges got a creed or what they call credits, who giving you your credit. Credit in the Western world is like how it was in medieval times with the Pharisees and Sadducees. It ain't that the Pharisees and Sadducees were real scientists. They were mystic men, but they were given so much credit and authority in that time to be the people, the voices, right, by the Caesar and by the powers to control the narrative. And these are your modern day Pharisees and Sadducees. They calling them astrophysicists and theologians, and these are your modern mystics that's coming with the mystery science. What is that? The shit Judge Joe Brown was telling you, that you're an alien, you're a monkey. This is mysticism. He has no scientific way to prove that. But there's a very investigative approach that we can take to prove our Aboriginal ancestry to this land, starting with public documentation right in our local cities and places like that. They say if you want to hide something from black people, put it in a book. I think Dane Calloway changed that. If you want to hide something from black folks, put it in public records. Niggas got a lot of library shelves and books in their house, and them books is alien books, Anunnaki books, and just mysticism books, no different than the Bible or the Quran. And it's filling their head up with monkey talk, alien talk. And you can't, like, I put you in the same boat of a dude believing in the Bible and talking snakes. You believe in monkey men and aliens and stuff, Judge. So it's all a religion of mystics. And that's what I want to point out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? That this is a very clear agenda, even though it appears like it ain't. You know, they muddying the waters with this chaos and confusion. You know, you're talking about mysticism versus these books keep us mystified. But if you start going to your public records and going into that, you might go and seeing other people in your family on this land, like it connects you really. Like I know because my family actually did this before I was an Aboriginal, which is crazy because, you know, I was under the Pan-African mind, but even in my own family, we went through the public records and all of that to start to find our relatives in California and all that. We never traced nobody to Africa ever. But you know, that's neither here nor there. Chief, we're 3 hours and 30 minutes in. I'm gonna ask you something. Before I start a whole nother video, we got one down. You want to save the rest of these right here and kind of let some people ask questions or do whatever, or kind of do some.
Hey, bro, it's up to you, man. I'm just riding the wave, man. Tomorrow we're gonna go in on some other stuff, you know, like kind of show more evidence. Right now, you know, you kind of going in on these two. in the information. So I think that's really important. So let's just ride through it. Because this next video is not that long. You're gonna definitely break it down though.
Okay, for
You're
sure.
gonna be stopping this one. So I want to say shout out to them cornrows. Can I ask y'all a question? Is that an African hairstyle?
You know
Is
what?
Is it an Asian hairstyle?
They want us to believe
is
it
a
come
European hairstyle? Y'all follow me? I'm going with this. So a lot of times people think afros, for instance, is an African style. Well, it's not. And we got archaeology, we got proof of that, and they know what we're talking about because they study the tombs and the temples and things that they took afros from America over there. There's so much other stuff that we could prove, you know, as well as plants and things that they could trace. You could trace cotton. So they'd be like Egyptian cotton. So wait. So you're saying that's the Egyptian cotton comes from Egypt. That was just created in 1940s. That's what we're saying. So you got the Kemetic cotton. Well, what does this mean? What are y'all saying? Hey man, like bro, we got so much information to break down over here, bro. Like this next level. Goats.
That's crazy. Listen,
shit y'all say, man, y'all ain't ready.
I bet you they can't find no cotton fields in Egypt. You'll find them in the South. You'll find them in Mississippi and Alabama. Wow, dude.
That same corn they got up there too, right? They got corn up there too in the Bible, right? Oh, y'all children of the corn. You niggas is corn hub.
Right, children of the corn.
Corn hubs. Children of the corn hubs.
Now I get it. They call the hairstyle corn rolls. Yeah,
but these are on the back of the Olmecs. They don't want to show the back of them. But this movie, The First Americans, is going to show the back of the Olmecs. We're going to explain why this is. We're going to link that to the archaeology of the bones in the ground. We're going to link that to the murals on the wall. We're going to link that to documentation and oral traditions and everything else that y'all don't have in West Africa, Central Africa, North Africa, South Africa, Egypt, Africa, nowhere. Y'all be talking crazy. We are Americans. That's all we cape for is America, period. It's America first. If you're mad about that, scratch your ass and get glad. That's all we can tell you. Go. That's all we can tell y'all. Y'all can play around. Sanchez know what it is. These fools been like people like, oh, this happened to you on Sinetta. When y'all see me on Sinetta, when y'all see me, them allow me to speak. When you didn't see them fools would never get to read or some debate. But here's the problem about debating. You can't debate theories. So that means that the whole pan-boo-boo concept is pseudo. Period. No more talk. We don't debate. We don't debate theories. So they can't debate nothing that comes from this. They can't debate nothing that comes from the out of Africa hypotheses that goes with eugenics. Because then they're going to turn around and say, they know we're going to link them to it, right? Right, Sanchez? So when we link them to it, they're going to say, no, I'm not a part of the eugenics society. Well, why do y'all have the same playbook? Your playbook comes from them, sir.
Yep. You're
funded by them. So they're going to get exposed. So they don't want Supreme Chief Holiday on that platform, on no pan-boo-boo. How about this? Just know this. People that are not sharing this or putting this on their platforms, whatever, something that's this important, right, to our people, are part of the system, are part of the network, or just some Hollywood-ass motherfuckers that only want the limelight for themselves. Like, you understand what I'm saying? There's no other ways around this, y'all. I know y'all be like, oh, Chief, man, bad. Whatever, man. We getting it out the mud. It feel better. So y'all talk, man. Keep talking. That's fine. Whatever. But this is just the beginning. This is just a warm-up.
Most definitely. And we got time, man. Hey, if Chief got time, I'm going to hit play. We can go into this.
Let's get him.
I'm with it. Y'all hit the like and share button for us, man. We going in, and we should get the numbers on up to over 1K viewers, which y'all help like and share it on your Facebook, Twitter. This is important stuff, guys, for real. We don't share it, they're not. So let's get it.
All right. I'm going to be serious tonight. And I'm going to be serious with a smile because it's not that serious. However, I titled this, and I'm only going to be up here 15 minutes. This is not no live professional show that I usually do. But I had to say something because people like Dane Calloway, Dan Calloway, and others, you're going to put some respect on my name. And this is not, and throughout this little sequility that I'm doing, this little rampage that I'm doing, this little rant, I'm not going to be up here disrespecting Dane Calloway. It's not that, but I will be correcting him. But first, let me just say this about YouTube and content creators, or just people who have a YouTube channel. I put work into my YouTube channel. This is work. And this was part-time work that I'm starting to convert to full-time. People who are true content creators, they put time, money, and effort. Even Dane Calloway, he is a content creator. Do not take my content without asking me and upload it on your YouTube channel with no commentary, no music, no nothing, just a whole video, and you want to slap your logo on it. Don't do that. There have been a few people that have reached out to me saying, hey, can I use a clip from your show or reference your show? I always say yes, because you asked. As long as you're not bashing me or in a negative light and you give me credit.
You can use her stuff long as it's not in a negative light and you give her credit, which means you can use my stuff if you agree with me as long as you don't challenge me. The truth is that once you release some information publicly, right, it's public domain, and that's why I got the CC right here, because I can legally use your stuff, and yes, my logo is on it. This is called commentary. We do this for review videos, reaction videos. This is like saying DJ Ghost can't review NBA YoungBoy rap video and have his logo on there. He's doing a review video. One thing you got to accept, Dana, that I had to accept when I got on YouTube is that when we make content as content creators, we just ain't gonna always get good comments on it. And so people gonna review your stuff and scrutinize it, and critics are gonna exist. And guess what? That's part of the territory. All right, you're gonna have some good criticism and bad criticism, and content creators don't get to choose who give them either or. You can't tell nobody to make them like you or dislike you. You put your stuff out there, people gonna say why they like it, and that's gonna be a group using it to say why they don't like it. YouTube give permission for each group to use it. For you to be able to play your video and say how much I like this sister and she's so smart. And if I want to say, well, I don't agree with her on this video. But as in America, Dana, we get on YouTube as content creator. I'm schooling you because you new to YouTube. We get to use the video and do either or. So you don't get to make your rules here.
And you pay me. But this particular...
And if you want somebody to pay you for information that you saying our people need to free their mind, you're devilish. The revolution shouldn't be monetized. If it's all about sharing information, how you gonna charge people that's doing you a damn favor? One of my first videos that went viral was the Fatty Wap stuff. And the reason it went viral, because everybody and their mama was sharing it. And a lot of people was saying I lost my mind and I'm some nutcase conspiracy theorist. And the other half was saying this brother deep as hell. But that video got over 1 million views because I had both sides. It was a viral video. You're going to get both sides. And that's just the way it go. And ain't nothing you can do about that. But yeah, she new to YouTube and I'm just want to school her.
Person, I did send that person an email. It wasn't a nasty email, you know, and I'm not even upset.
Why would I pay somebody to make me viral? If I put a video out and everybody and their mama share it and they go viral, so what, you're going to charge the people that's making you viral? Ain't nobody going to pay that shit, that invoice, and ain't nothing you going to be able to do about it. And if you tell everybody to take their video down, then guess what? You just lost all that free promotion, which would be foolish, which is why as a content creator, you should allow yourself to be praised and criticized or get the hell off YouTube.
upset. I'm not upset. But I sent that person an email letting them know you did not ask me to use my content. With instructions or
don't nobody got to ask you to use that for fair use. Welcome to YouTube. Thanks for letting us know you new here. You see them 2 C's I got up there? That protects me. Now, guess what you can do, Dana, if you want to learn the hard way? Try to get this video taken down. And guess what I'm going to do? Get it right back taken up. And if I win, you're going to get a strike. Because under fair use, I'm going to be protected. People talk about me every day. They pull up my videos and debunk me and say that I'm a dumb flat earther every day. And I can't do nothing about it because I'm a public figure. I do it to celebrities. I do it to Donald Trump. I pull up the video of the president speaking at the White House and say what I agree and don't agree with. And the way this works. Hold on. We offline? Uh-oh. We went offline a minute. Hold up, Chief. Yo, what happened to the internet?
Word.
Hold on, it might bounce back on. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it said we good.
Okay. I mean, yo, you know, like I thought this internet was about getting the information out. And unfortunately, you know, we have to do things like this. But I feel like it's they swerved in our lane.
Oh, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And so for us, when you say you're not Aboriginal, explain what Aboriginal means. So hopefully if you guys just coming in, you can go back and we broke what Aboriginal mean, we broke what American mean. You know, just the basic stuff is what people are that are missing, right? Like people, we get too far, like over here, start talking about haplogroups, but haplogroups are attached to the outer Africa hypothesis, the theory of evolution. So now we're arguing for eugenic society. Right? And you don't even know that you're applying that to your everyday life. Hey, I'm haplogroup L. Really? What the hell is you? Yo, hey, you sound funny. Like, you know, but then they'll try to apply those haplogroups to ancestors that they couldn't get that DNA from. They're applying it to conversations. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So every time listen, hey, bro Sanchez, they don't have not one. Now you said something earlier that you tried to debunk what we were saying, right? Did you ever find anything that you could debunk, brother?
What I ended up finding out was, damn, I can't prove I come from monkey people in Africa, but damn it, these Aboriginals pulling up public records and shit with people who they call Native Americans and Indians, and they got last names that sound like people in my family and shit. Like, I started to say, well, damn, maybe I'm... see, I never had a problem admitting when I was wrong. I tried to debunk flat earth, you know, and then when I couldn't, I became a flat earther. And when I couldn't prove that, hey, we from Kemet or Egypt or Africa, and that even I remember my great-grandmothers and them saying about how we Indians and stuff, but that was laughed out of our memory, man. And they went through a whole year, like I said, with Def Comedy Jam, hip-hop, a whole era of saying, niggas like to think they Indian. You ain't no damn Indian. You African. We don't want to, you know what I'm saying? And that was a whole era of people didn't realize what they was doing with that. I remember it vividly. But yeah, man. So yeah, I tried to debunk it and couldn't.
Right, but you know what's so crazy though, bro? All this stuff, anybody that's pushing at this point right now, right? Think about how like the youth are not going to accept these old slave narratives. Nobody's going to accept that, especially when they can retrace themselves and they can look stuff up. Anybody that's listening to what we're talking about right now, all you have to do is do the research like Bro Sanchez did. And what you're going to find is that you're going to not only start agreeing with what we're doing, but you're going to start adding to the conversation. Hey, man, I found records on my family that say we got land here, right? I found records that say this about my people. I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Right. So just y'all got to be careful, man. Like it's a lot of weird shit going on out here. So these people are here to steer you away from your power. It's not hate. We never said nothing about if by calling ourselves the first Americans and tapping into our ancestors, what our oral tradition, what our our documentation, whether it's a birth certificate, land deeds, patents, whatever have you, right? We are tracing ourselves back to being the indigenous, the Aborigines, the Autanchans, right? We'll do that. We get into that word tonight too, right? The people who sprung from this soil, and we said that we were here first. So all the other stuff, you can work out who was on second, but we're talking about who was on first, who been here. We are the baseball field, right? You understand what I'm saying? So they're telling us Johnny come lately stuff and say, oh, here's your story from Christopher Columbus. And then Biden them being as racist as they are, all they got to do is be like, there's no more Christopher Columbus Day. We're done. Every day is Aboriginal People Day. Every day. We don't need nobody to designate no fucking day for us. Every day is our history. Every day is our culture, music, fashion, film, cars, boats, refrigerators, air conditioning, televisions, phones, any fucking thing that you're using right now is Aboriginal American culture. Don't call it slave culture. Oh, the slaves invented it, and then they just gave it over to the good white man. Right, here you go. They invented the patent office. That's it. They invented the trademark office. That's it.
Wow, y'all. I hope this ain't going over y'all head. My
Let's go.
brother said, like the slave just invented this shit and handed it over to the white man. No, they invented the patent office, Negro. Like, bro, for real. So if you think about it, I don't have to invent nothing. If think about it, who gonna be the best inventor? The man in the biggest problem. See, the slave had to make his life easier, which is why the slaves was getting the technology, bringing out the technology. But it's crazy, right? I don't think you know what I'm saying? We need to refer to ourselves as descendants of slaves. I heard Chief Holiday kind of say something earlier about that, but that made me think about ADOS, right? Like our ADOS have a kind of they have an Aboriginal sort of political viewpoint, but they still say we're descendants of slaves. And I never thought about that till now.
You want me to address that?
Yeah.
Okay, so earlier, right, we pointed out, we went to the etym of the word slave. It was Slavs, correct?
Yep.
And it gives you the history of the Slavs who were in chattel slavery in Asia, Africa, and Europe for 400 years, correct?
Mm-hmm.
400 plus years, right? Correct. Okay, so that's a historical thing. Now, what we're saying is that these same people came to America, these Slavs, and they transferred that to family members. Now, hey, let's do this. Can we look up the word family?
Yep.
The etym of family, and this is gonna blow your mind too. Let's look up the etym of family, because once again, we had large families in the South. I know Brother Sanchez definitely will have a large family being from Alabama. A lot of y'all, when y'all trace yourself to large families, right? Right. Well, watch this word right here. So this is how they fuck over you right here. Yeah.
Damn, yo, the first line, yo, early 15th century, the word family, and I quote, means servants of a household. Servants of a household. That's kind of crazy, right? And then it goes on to say from the Latin word familia, family, servants, domestics collectively, the servants in a household, thus also members of a household, the estate property, the household, including relatives and servants, abstract noun from famulus, which means servant or slave, which is of unknown origin. Why the world with the word family means slaves? Yo, I'm just learning something new every fucking minute, bro. So that family actually has an origin to the word slave. I wonder why though. And that's to me that's crazy, man.
So bro Sanchez, check this out real quick. I gotta tell this story real quick about this word family, right? Now you know how like you just found out about it, right? Just like a lot of us, we haven't looked up the etymology of a lot of the words that we speak in every day, right? Peace family, peace family, peace fam, right? That's something that's just in our lexicon, right? Well, Empress Hobart, shout out to the original copper, Empress Hobart, right? She came in the community years ago and was like, hey, man, we got to stop using the word family. And we say, why? So I was like, I'm about to look this shit up. Like, she was like, yo, it means slave, right? I'm like, I had never heard that before in my life, bro. And I've been doing this a long fucking time. So I looked the word family up, right? And lo and behold, this was here, right? But this information unlocked so many other things that even when I'm doing my personal family genealogy, right, and we checking records, I can explain to my mother, that the woman that I came out of, right, that the records that she reading is not saying that this man right here or these people that passed this land down to us owned us. This is a classification, how they could manipulate words from family to slave. This is what they're doing. You don't even see the word slave. You'll see domestics, or you'll see domestic means a servant.
Yep.
You understand what I'm saying? It's just their interpretation. They say, see right here, everybody in the South was on these plantations and they owned. How you own these people? Do you know how hard? Like what? That doesn't make any sense. You will be under your grandfather. But guess what? If your child run away right now, ain't you gonna send the slave catchers to go get your child? Think about it. What are y'all saying? It's about emancipating. It's about business. It has nothing to do with that. And then also while we talking about family, right? It goes back. I never want to hear somebody say 3/5 human clause. Whatever clown came up with that, kill yourself, right? Think about this for a second. They're talking about 3/5 compromise because we had such large families in the South, right? That they had to make a compromise in the voting. So you have 5 children that's going to vote the way you're going to vote because you're the master of goddamn land. Their interest is goddamn your interest, right? So they say you can only count 3 of the 5 votes for your children. That's the 3/5 compromise, not that you are a 3/5 of a human. What the fuck is that?
So
make
this
it make sense.
This is like an early electoral kind of college scheme where you can.
Thank you.
Yeah, damn, bro. That's
we
crazy.
Outnumbered them on their records, on their census records. We were the majority. When we've been stuck on 13% for so long, it's ridiculous.
See, man, this brother here is giving us some goddamn jewels today. Chief, how old are you, man? You don't mind me asking, bro?
I'm 49, man. Years young. Just getting started,
man. Hell yeah,
we just getting started. I'm in my prime. Hey, but let's get back to family though, because it's so much. There's so many lessons in this. Because once again, this opens up so many portals in people's minds when y'all doing your genealogy. You're not looking at your ancestor as somebody that was owning you, whooping your ass, and raping you on sex farms and shit. Because that's what she's going to talk about. She talks about, oh, wait, we had sex farms. Listen to me, y'all. There's absolutely zero evidence of sex farms. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that in the trash with the bullshit and the monkey theory and aliens and all that. Put that in the trash over there. They have no scientific linguistics. Nobody said, well, here's the slave farm right here. Lies, and more pseudo pan boo boo CIA bullshit. Respect it or check it. How about that?
Boy, this is like the apocalypse for Pan-Africanism. Becky, hit me real quick.
We were saving it for tomorrow, but y'all bring it out.
Hey, we still got some more ready tomorrow, though. I'm coming with. I know this gonna be so fire, man. Y'all hit the like and share button. I'm telling you, this is the beginning of some shit right here, man.
Sanchez, they don't believe this the realest shit ever, man. They don't believe it. I don't believe you. I don't believe it till y'all see it, man. You know, we're gonna turn water to wine. Then motherfucker, we're gonna walk on water. Motherfucker believe it then. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Y'all gonna believe it. But guess what? It's coming. Cannot stop it. This wildfire is on fire right now. So I want to say shout out to all the truth. But listen though, man. Like I said, like we have to support the ones who support us. That's why I said we support Lord Jamar. Shout out to the guy and the Godcast, Lord Jamar, right? This brother,
most definitely.
How many times y'all think about it? This is by him saying, yo, I'm gonna step away from Vlad. He lost money. He lost the situation, whatever, you know what I'm saying, to put him, he could get more visibility, be in movies, certain things, whatever. But guess what? He said, I'm gonna stand on principle as opposed to stand on that. And then a lot of them, if everybody would have stood with him, there wouldn't be no more Vlad TV. He'll be putting out shit about his people in the hip hop that they're doing. Nobody else will go over there. You understand what I'm saying? And then Brother Sanchez platform up. This should be 4 million people on this platform. It should be 20, 30,000 people in the chat room right now. We should be able to take this energy and this resource or whatever to build some real shit. That's what we're doing. So why the hell y'all not sharing the realest shit ever, as opposed to sharing cats punching on somebody or somebody twerking or somebody getting beat up by the police or some, like, come on, man, you niggas is weak as fuck.
And
you niggas is never gonna do that.
Crying. I can't believe that Vlad is seen as this big source of enlightenment and information.
Terrible.
It's terrible because it's like you said, why don't people like Vladimir teach us the Jewish sides of business and how did he get his station, what arms he had to rub and he want to interview the neighborhood dope boys and all that and promote that when the real information, Vlad, is how the fuck you get to where you at. Let's interview you, nigga. Who are you? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But this word family for slave, man, this is deep stuff. Go ahead, Chief.
No, you got them. Go ahead, back to this right here, because there's more information there.
All right. So the Latin word rally appears in a sense, which means parents with their children, for which domus, domestic, sound like dominate and shit. It was used derivatives. Famulus include famula, which means serving woman or maid. Damn. A famulanta in the manner of a servant, and a famulitas, meaning in servitude, familiaris of one's household, private familiaritas of household slaves, and familiaritas, meaning a close friendship. That's crazy. So when they say to every American household, they really saying to every American slave and servant and shit. In English sense of collective body of persons who form one household under one head and one domestic government, including parents, children, and servants, and as sometimes use even lodgers or boarders, is from 1540s. From 1660s as parents with their children, whether they dwell together or not. Also, in a more general sense, persons closely related by blood, including aunts, uncles, cousins. Earlier, those who descend from a common progenitor, a house, a lineage. Hence, any group of things classified as kindred based on common distinguishing characteristics as a scientific classification between genus and order from 1753. This is deep. Say, it replaced Old English Hawasip Hawaiian, which means family. Cockney with Old Norse Hajan, one of the household married couple, man and wife domestic servant, and with Old High German Haiwo, meaning husband, or Haiwa, meaning wife. Also with Lithuanian Semina, family. Gothic Hames, which is village. Old English Ham, based on Hames, okay. Village, home. It say that the descendants of Ham in the Bible were slaves, and we saying that there's a word here from Lithuania, or Gothic. The Gothic word Hames is actually Ham, dealing with the word a slave descended family, a group of people bonded by slavery. Because that's what we reading here, me as I summarize it. But it say it was used as an adjective from the 1600s with the meaning suitable for a family. Family values is recorded by 1966. Phrase in a family way. Pregnant is from 1796. Family circle is 1809. Family man. Man devoted to wife and children, man inclined to lead a domestic life is from 1856. Family tree is a graph of ancestral relations attested from 1752. The whole concept of a family tree is a slave tree, which is a Kabbalah tree, which is your Christmas tree, which is the tree of Pan, which makes one human family going back to Africa. But they tell you, see, let me stop right here. Let me show you something. This slave concept going back to Africa, this whole thing, is what Judge was saying, that we were aliens in Africa. Now the story of that is humans were created as a slave race to mine gold in Africa. Now many of you heard this story before, but that's the story right there. Basically, when you start getting into more of the African studies and all that. So check this out, right? It's like a descendant of slaves in antiquity. The slave people really were the ones who was at a certain level of knowledge in society, meaning they were more detached from reality. They like a child that believe in Santa Claus versus the rest of the people who know it's fake. Like they existed in a low level of understanding. You know what I'm saying? So it's still the same way they base it on this Western IQ system, which goes into eugenics. And it also, like what's going on in the education system, they dumbing down certain groups and making other groups smarter based on low income areas and all this we know is planned. But when the world asks the white man, why all the black people dumb and all the other different lighter colored folks are smart, the white man say it's because of DNA and evolution. They say that the most evolved or lighter skinned humans are the most intelligent, which is why a light skinned dude back in America during slavery or a mulatto, he can be part of the white society. You know,
hey, bro, Sanchez.
Uh-huh.
I just want to do this one thing. Prove it. If y'all so smart, please prove it. We'll go against any think tank, any group of people from any scientific community, any university on the planet, anywhere when it comes to American history. And we're talking ancient American history all the way up to today in American culture. There's nobody that's more of an expert than this think tank, period. Mm-hmm. So when they're talking this shit they're talking about, it doesn't matter because we have taken, they came before Columbus. That was written in 1977. So Dr. Ivan Van Sertima definitely didn't have the tools and things that we have today and the discoveries that we have today that he had in 1977. So still to come to that conclusion, right, they left breadcrumbs for us to take and keep to the next level. You know what I'm saying? I give you guys another perfect example, right? So when we're talking these concepts, right, Bro Sanchez, right? I know you, shout out to Ubi News, right? We talk about the concept of America being Egypt, right? Well, Rocks Cry Out, shout out to Horace Butler, right? Horace Butler wrote When Rocks Cry Out. And Rocks Cry Out, he called the Mississippi the Nile, right? Well, if we look up the term Nile, it just means riverbed. So all rivers have a Nile. The Nile River over there wasn't called that until the 20th century. So once again, they're taking people's minds and shifting it based off of social constructs and misdirection. And I just think if you're woke, or you searching for the truth, you should know that in your daily conversations. Like, you understand what I'm saying, Bro Sanchez? Mm-hmm. And if you don't know that, you're in a disadvantage. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, you're in a disadvantage. So now that you know it, what are you going to do about it? Like, you're going to keep calling yourself an African when you know that that's not a concept, that's a colonized word, that's not indigenous to Africa. Then they'll be like, well, what about El Cabalon? Well, you tell me, what language is El Cabalon? If it's not some shit that's from indigenous from the soil of Africa, you shouldn't call yourself El Cabalonians. You shouldn't call yourself Africans. You shouldn't call yourself Kemetic. These things are concepts. Somebody gave it to them. So when you read something, they're talking about they found some Ethiopians in America in the 1600s, and then your mind goes all the way to Haile Selassie over there. That's a problem because you should know that India and Ethiopia and these terms didn't exist when they said they were coming to America at this time. So these are only descriptive terms. Indian is a descriptive term. I still want to know who was the first person that said, hi, I'm an Indian. Ain't nobody gave me that information yet. Can y'all please email me that at chiefholiday@gmail.com, please? Because if it wasn't, then that means that you are also a part of these social constructs. You just don't know it. You just traded one pet name for another. I know it hurts, but I'm sorry. Take a name that gives you power or add power to the names that you already have. It will work, I promise. And take words away from people that give you a psychological disadvantage. Why would you call somebody a white supremacist? It's illogical. It's scientifically attached to the theory of evolution and the out-of-Africa hypothesis and eugenics and monkey talk, right? So Bro Sanchez is hitting the nail on the head. They don't have no evidence to refute what we're saying, but this is the prevailing thing amongst our people. This mindset, they're pushing it in church, they're pushing it everywhere, y'all. This is the concept. Yeah. So anytime they see black, they see slaves from Africa, the Kunta. We're going in tonight, y'all. It's going to be a barn burn. Right? We're having fun right now, but we're going to go in tonight. It's going to be crazy.
Let me say this, Chief, to the Chief. And y'all drop them goats out there and salutes to Sister Betty, right? Check this out, y'all. What's crazy about this shit right here is that I've debated a lot of prominent Pan-Africans, Kemetic priests, and etc. And what they'll say to me is, are you serious? This is not even debatable. We have the oldest bones on earth found in Africa of a black woman. And what they calling a black woman is really a black monkey, a black chimp called Lucy, which if you ask me is a Luciferian agenda to make human think that he's an animal, to make us fall in an animal state. Let me show you something, right? Prior to Charles Darwin, man wasn't even in the animal kingdom. I'm going to say that again. When we talk about science, genus, classification, how did they call it fallen man? Man fell from his higher state. It's when man put himself in the animal kingdom. Think about this shit. How did man put himself in the animal kingdom? Theories like this one right here, which is say man come from animals. Look at this, y'all. Remember, you got to think about something real deep. The blending of humans with animals is something that come from Egypt, man. Like the Sphinx, a human head, lion body. That Egyptians had a form of Darwinism or evolution. Man started falling in Egypt with this same dumb, chaotic science, trying to blend us with animals. That's how you get medicine based on snake venom, right? Where you got people trying to blend the DNA of humans with animals versus blending it with herbs, plants, and all of that for healing. And that's where we at today, where what's the ingredients in most of your medicine is like all kind of animal DNA and crazy stuff, right? We really on a island of a evil scientist, right? Dr. Moreau, if you will. But I'm showing you how man fell when he started to see, he tried to understand the secrets of his biology by blending himself with animals like a minotaur or the Sphinx. Australopithecus ain't no different today. Like the whole thing, when they said animals were first and humans come from animals, you see why we act barbaric and instinctively like animals. With this, the science we believe. But when we believe that we're actually a higher type of sentient being with intelligence that's operating from more than just instinct, but intuition at the core, then we rise back to the level of the people who had an understanding of who we were before this whole timeline, which is right here to just keep us lost and disconnected. But let's hit play, man. Let's hit play. We're gonna get it in.
So this is what I require for people who want to use my content, and I ask that person to reach out to me. Let's have a conversation, right? A further discussion on this. I am proud of the progress. I am proud of the work that I put in, and I have plans to do more. It's a lot of.
Let me skip forward to the smoke.
Think because I am a small YouTube channel that you could just take my stuff and do what you want to do with it. It doesn't matter. I don't care if I had 10 subscribers, the most.
Hey, Dana, sister, people can review your stuff. Fair use. Let me put that back up. Let's go.
And in 2 clips, one clip was a George Floyd clip. It was a quick mention of him, and I dismissed him because I could do that. I could do what I want. You could do what you want, right? I don't have to believe what everybody says, which I do not. Last week during my show, there was a caller, Miss Varioli. I like her. I respect her. We don't personally know each other, but she is a listener of mine and I appreciate her. She asked a question. Hey, Judge, would you ever consider debating or discussing or interviewing or whatever, conversing with Dane Calloway? He said, who? The judge does not know Dane Calloway.
So let me get this straight. And I'm not finna take no shots at nobody, but I gotta do it, right? Let me pull up, Judge. We gotta talk about that. I wanna stop right there. I'm gonna stop right there. Y'all gotta listen to what I'm about to say now. Watch this. Hold on. Judge Joe Brown interviews. Now watch this, right? You said a judge don't know Dane Calloway. But the judge know a small YouTuber called the K Kente Show. Let me show you something. She said it like it's gonna make Dane Calloway look bad because the judge don't know him. That make the judge look bad. That the judge know about Tommy Sotomayor, K Kente, and salutes to Tommy, and this ain't a shot to him. The judge know about the real Dana. I think the judge even know about Storm Monroe. The judge have been on a lot of platforms that I would say, well, you know, wow, judge, like this is a small kind of questionable platform, you know, but you can't tell me that it's Dane Calloway fault that the judge don't know about Dane Calloway. If the judge was any kind of good elder and OG, he would know about the most intelligent brothers in the community versus the gossip channels, the mess channels. You know about Kwame Brown. This ain't no real advanced type understanding. You know about all the gossip and bullshit channels where you can make immature jokes and sexist jokes about women and talk all this crazy shit, but you don't know about the young brothers on YouTube questioning the status quo, intelligent, young, black, successful brothers like Dane Calloway. You only know about the bottom of the barrel. Not everybody you fucking with is the bottom of the barrel, but I'm just saying, it's a real mistake of the judge to not know about Dane Calloway, but to know about some of these other gossip channels. So she's saying it like that's a shot at Dane Calloway, and it just show you that the judge don't really look for the intelligent young black men out here. He's on all the messy channels. Why are you talking, Miss Dana? Let's go.
Never heard of him. That is a fact. And then when she went on to say,
and by the way, nobody never heard of her, heard of you either, Dana.
Who he was and what his platform, his YouTube channel was about, his content, he basically said, well, first of all, whatever he is saying with the natives and blacks and aboriginals is not true. So
can I point something out, brother?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, I want to point something out. You started your platform off yourself, right? Dane Calloway started his platform off himself, right?
Yep.
Okay. Everybody know I started my platform off myself, right? Yep. Even though shout out to Six Dynasty Media. I was on YouTube on their channel, you know. Shout out to those brothers, shout out to Brother Chris, shout out to Brother Amadi, you know what I'm saying? But when you're talking about somebody famous, she came in off a Star, calling on the phone, you know, going in, talking crazy to people, you know what I'm saying, on Star, right? And then her claim to fame is Judge Joe Brown. It's not what Dana said. No disrespect to Dana, but when you're making these comparisons, you leave yourself open for these same critiques. So when you're putting yourself on certain levels, you have 20,000 subscribers based off of a judge, for instance, who's been on television, syndicated television, who's still getting press. Yeah, you dig what I'm saying? So we are talking about you relevant to you because Judge Joe Brown was on your show talking. He was a Choctaw, Amerindian monkey man. Like, this, not no disrespect to you, but you know what I mean? Like, we're making you're relevant now because you provided the platform for this and you're providing the back and forth. So this is making you relevant. You understand what I'm saying, sis? So don't take that as a shot. But when you're saying the stuff you're saying, yeah, nobody's perfect, y'all. Don't do that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that everybody, when you're critiquing somebody, don't have the same shit that you're doing. You're clout chasing. Your platform starts from clout chasing, sis.
And I don't like when a black woman try to tell, black women like her trying to tear young black brothers down who's self-made when she trying to build herself off of black men. It's so hypocritical. Like, you got Judge Joe Brown. Y'all called out Dane. Y'all came in that man lane and wanting to smoke. You saying he's irrelevant and the judge don't know about him, but you know about him, Dana. You know about him, right? And I refuse to believe Judge Joe Brown don't know about Dane Calloway. That's that boule shit. He can't give Dane the credit. Think about how big of a prop that'll be if Judge would be like, oh yeah, Dane Calloway, that young brother, yeah, he make you think.
Yo, I mean, hey man, like I said, man, some of this stuff, the critiques and stuff, for everybody has work to do. You know what I mean? But it don't start on YouTube. YouTube is for us connecting, and social media is for us connecting. But, eventually we're going to be showing shit that we built. Y'all see how this works? So supporting the real, you know what I'm saying? We like to say the only builders, supporting the Bro Sanchez. And like I said, this platform should have 1 million subscribers. Y'all see what I'm saying? Like, continue putting out the truth, but we know about shadow banning. We know about, just the gatekeepers keeping certain information hidden. Judge Joe Brown, we showed him earlier, deflecting from the topic that thanks Dana. Like, that's why we got to salute Dana. Because Judge Joe Brown wasn't going to put this out. Dana put this out. Judge Joe Brown was just on Chief J Winner, shopping Chief J Winner. We're going to be over there soon, y'all. Gotta look out for that.
Hey, let me show you something.
I mean, what the hell is going on?
Let me show you how this shit work, bro.
You was just there, bro.
Judge Joe Brown be listening to all these young brothers online that's making noise like you, Dane, myself, right? They see the momentum going. They challenging the boule rhetoric of out of Africa we've been given. We shaking shit up, right? And Judge Joe Brown can't just come out like you said and address him directly. So Judge will call the boule got their own little implant YouTubers, and Judge can hit up different people to be like, look, it's this young man who's saying something that I just don't agree with. I want to challenge it, but how it'll come off is it'll be like they're interviewing the judge and like they want to know this from the judge. Not like he called them up with smoke saying, look, I want to go after that nigga Dane Calloway. But it's a certain way he got to do it in this boule shit. So it'll come off to where, so Judge, what do you think about the Aboriginals? And, and like, come on now, this is obviously planned for him to set them right up to go. And then when the judge start, you can feel the energy toward it. Like, it's all, yeah, bro, this setup. I know this about media. Like, it's irking though. And then the crazy thing about it, Judge will never have a sit down with Dane, which is, how can you be a judge in the manosphere and you talking about fatherless young men who don't got the truth, they being led astray? If Dane Calloway got some knowledge that he wrong about, you his elder, Judge Joe Brown, why you letting this woman stand in between you and that young man having like a father to son? You old enough to be our granddaddy, but you're acting like a coward hiding in between this woman. Judge should have been coming a lot with his own channel saying, listen up, everybody. This is a message to my young brother, Dane Calloway. Young man, I watched your channel and I want to correct you. And I would like to offer you on and have a sit down with your granddaddy, right? I'm your senior young brother. Now, wouldn't that be awesome? Listen, even if I don't agree with Judge Joe Brown, he can be as boule as he want. That shit right there will give him some respect from me. I'll be like, nah, that's what's up. He acting like a real OG now. But what he acting, see, He hiding in between these little interviewers and stuff to do the work of the boule, which is people that's in high influential places challenging little niggas that's on they rise up grassroots, that's challenging that mainstream narrative that people like Judge Joe Brown spew on TV, that blacks are monkey people and we from Africa. Now that's got Judge Joe Brown popular and influential. But when a young man come up challenging that grassroots, building his own momentum, you got this old gate guard OG using his popularity to stop the light of that young brother that's coming with the new narrative. Because that new narrative, it will cancel that old bullshit that made the old gate guard popular on TV, like Al Sharpton and all these folks. You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man.
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah, our old heads selling us out.
Well, I want to point this out for Judge Joe Brown, right? That he was like that. He said that he was light skinned and he thought that he was adopted because everybody that said they were Choctaw were dark skinned until he met some of his other grandparents, right? That I guess he felt like they were lighter, right? So for him, he's playing the colorism game as well. Like, come on, bro. Like, you still playing that from 70 years ago, 60 years ago. You understand what I'm saying? And pushing those narratives. That's the concept that we're saying. That Judge Joe Brown, let's just say, for instance, let's just say he's super sincere. And hopefully he'll catch this information and catch these vibrations and say, you know what? I'm man enough to say I was wrong about not being Aboriginal. I was wrong about not being Choctaw, Amerindian. I was wrong about that. I hope that these bills that Bro Sanchez, hopefully Dana can get this and say, oh, I don't know, I don't believe what you guys are saying, and challenge us, challenge the information that we presented today, what we're gonna present tomorrow. Like you're gonna have to account for what we're presenting. You can't get around this.
Yo,
it comes from y'all.
And Chief, and I hate to go here, but sisters like her energy is what got a lot of black men killed in these streets. And just hear me out for 1 minute, right? You'll have two brothers disagreeing on something. And them two brothers will really talk it out and move on and all that, right? And argue it out. But you'll have a sister that won't let them brothers come to a truce, that'll be like, he don't want to talk to you, motherfucker. He don't agree with you. He don't want to talk to you. You stay over there. He stay, no, fuck that. And it's kind of like keeping the division going. And instead of men handling it like men, you got a woman instigating it. Like, it's her in the middle of like Judge Joe Brown and Dane Calloway in this situation, to where she's like, Judge don't want to talk to you. He's not going to talk to you. And it's like, Judge is this little bitty fucking child behind his mammy's leg. And the mama saying, my boy don't want to talk to you. And the boy saying, ain't saying that, consent to mama. Because any grown man would be like, wait a minute, sister, I got a mouth for myself. I'm a whole fucking man. And I'm old enough to be your granddaddy. Let me talk to my young brother. I don't need a woman in between me and my little nephew, my little young brother here. I'm old enough to be his granddaddy. You know, on some man shit. But yet you being quiet while she say he's not gonna talk to you. That's some little boy shit, Judge. You hiding behind your mama leg. I don't like to see you act like that, Judge. Yeah, let me hit on this.
I think a lot of them though are hiding this information though, Bro Sanchez. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like think about it from this perspective. They gotta go see the same information, but behind the scenes, like y'all see stuff that we go in front of the scenes that they allow. They don't allow brothers like Lotus, Ab TV to speak, Ab Power, Thompson's one. Miraculously, porn bomb is happening, and all these other things, all these things that never happen when they're putting out the same chewed up, regurgitated fairy tale stuff that's not giving nobody power. What we're saying is allow this information to be presented to the full body of our people on every level, and just let the people decide whether or not this is the facts or it's not. And so it's what we're saying is we're going to create our own lane for that. Period. We don't care what y'all talking about. We don't care how y'all did it, who did it, who controlled it. This is the people's movie. This is the people's movement. This has nothing to do with them. And that's what they can't control. Judge Joe Brown and them are controlled. We're not. We're not funded. We're not controlled by these people, and we never will be. And that's the foundation of this. And it's a leaderless community. This is a tribe of goats. Everybody's leaders at your house, your mothers, your single mothers, single fathers, whatever. We're families. We all are leaders. And that's what it takes to lead where you're at. Yeah, we're just using these communication pieces, but other than that, we got to build, Bro Sanchez. You know what I'm saying? And I know that's what you're about. I know that's what a lot of your listeners, you know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, we got to definitely push Bro Sanchez over the 100,000 so he can get his plaque. You know what I'm saying? Let's try to do that, man. If you haven't subscribed to this, if you haven't subscribed to Bro Sanchez, man, we're going to push him over today or tomorrow. Let's push him over tonight. You know what I'm saying? Over 100,000.
Oh, yeah. And I'm gonna tell you that I'm telling you, bro.
Appreciate you, man. Good work, man.
When you think
real work.
When you think about
real
that,
numbers.
Hey, I appreciate that. To the chief. Salute to the chief, because you know why? Yo, all my numbers is an extension to the Aboriginal community. So just think about that, like how the growth is happening for the people in the truth. Because I could easily be the same dude on some Pan-African shit with all this influence and numbers and shit. So guess what, though? I think I would probably be at that 1 million subscriber mark if I was by now. But, you know what I'm saying? We on the truth.
For sure.
Yeah.
It's getting there. It's getting there. Because people can't deny Kyrie Irving. Shout out to Kyrie Irving once again. But I was watching something on the news here locally, right? They were like, oh, yeah, he's a flat earther. Well, that information was brought to the general pop. Like they want to say conspiracy, but this is past that. Kyrie Irving is culture, right? So from his flat earth, he was a flat earther before he went and got his feathers and then adopted back into the tribe, the Laconas. Y'all understand what I'm saying? So these vibrations, like brother said, these are all extensions of one thing. We all winning. That's how that works. People that looking for the truth need more than just one truth. Bro Sanchez just don't talk flat earth every day. So he brings other truths that he's realized. And that's just all this is about, And it's about the movement, man. It's about vibrations. And once again, shout out to Dane Calloway for the work he has done to put this into the main culture, pop culture. People are saying, oh, okay, hey, I heard my grandma said that too. Like, we need great filmmakers and great investigative journalists. We need more Dane Calloway. We need more Bro Sanchez. It's more room for all of us. It's just do your own thing. You don't have to. You know what I mean? Like I just think people are just people count other people's pockets and shout out to all the millionaires out there. If you're a millionaire, holler at us, chiefholler@gmail.com. We have things to build on. How about that?
Let's rephrase that.
Don't play with us.
Hold up, Chief. I gotta rephrase it. If you're a self-made millionaire, baby, not like these Judge Joe Brown type. Hell yeah.
If they gave it to you, however they gave it to you, whatever, if you're willing to build, then, that's what that's about.
Well, that's true too.
We poor over here. You know what I'm saying? We don't. If we had things, you'll see actual wreck buildings. If we have M's, you know what I'm saying? Because we definitely have the will to do it. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's about. It's about building for the next generations. If y'all don't understand that, I get it. That's fine. But when y'all catch on, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you right about that though. You know what I'm saying? No matter how you get it, you're right. No matter, because Kyrie got his in the NBA, but he still being a voice for the people. You're right about that though. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You don't, and that's proof you don't have to be a damn sellout if you don't want to. These folks choosing to do it. Yeah, I'm gonna mute, man. We got some more people on the panel, and I'm gonna let them get it in. Y'all wanna holler at your brothers on this bill, man?
Yeah, drop. Peace.
Yeah, I think if they gonna help out, they can help out no matter where they got their money from. But the danger you facing is getting plants in your movement. And when you get these plants in there, they'll destroy everything. You know what I mean? Once they get a certain rank in the whole movement. So if they getting paid by them people, they could easily turn into a Martin Luther King or somebody. Easy once they, a Marcus Garvey. Once they get enough power in that movement, then people will give them money to sabotage it. But yeah, y'all dropping some gems, man. This is interesting.
Hey, what up, Drop? Hey, salutes, Drop.
Salute.
Much love, much respect, bro Sanchez. Much love, much respect, Chief Holiday. This OG Philly. Man, I love
OG.
Peace, God.
I love what I'm seeing. You know, these communities merging and working together and reaching more people. And that's what touched my heart right there. Much respect.
Oh yeah, and I must just say this again too, OG. I'm a student in the Aboriginal community, just like a brother like Dane Calloway. Whenever Flat Earth come up and he's on a panel, all of a sudden he become a student. Dane be like, "Well, yeah, share with me," and he's open minded to it, and it's like, okay, they can't really learn about this Flat Earth thing. So when it come to the Aboriginal thing, I know I'm in their lane. So that's why I'm glad, and I want to thank the chief for coming on. Cause man, look, we need the chiefs to come out the community. I'm opening up the platform. I'm about to be at 100K. This gonna be regular information. Bro, this is a revolution right here, man. And this Aboriginal thing is gonna, it ain't just gonna be Dame. Cause y'all gotta go subscribe to Supreme Chief Holiday, a torturous one. Pronounce that again. I always pronounce that right, man. I always fuck that up.
That was great.
Yeah,
actually,
there we
you did
go.
that pretty good. Shout out to A1. Shout out to
Yeah,
Attention Swan.
man.
Shout out to Aboriginal Power. Shout out to Aboriginal TV. Shout out to the original Copper Empress Holbert. I mean, so many people that built in this community, yo. So I could go on and on and on. And everybody know that. They say it in the chat room. The thing is, we don't always have to agree like what we call each other. You know what I'm saying? Because you have Dr. Yafa Bey. Shout out to Dr. Yafa Bey. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
There's principles and things that we got, but some of our elders say, yeah, I came through church, I came through the mosque, I came through the temples, but I came through that, and we have to be able to soak in their wisdom and their guidance. And they say, hey, look, yeah, that's that, but hey, guess what? You eventually you're gonna move past belief, right? You're gonna move past belief, and you got to go with evidence. What we're presenting is evidence. There's no question. Like, and sometimes people just know the basic thing. This brother Sanchez that covers some of the deepest shit ever. But when we just say, hey man, look at family, right? So I like to consider myself a master student that's still learning. I'm never gonna stop learning. Me
too. Hey bro,
but we share.
You taught me hella shit today. Hell yeah.
And you to go to a Pan-African, a flat earthanism, because I would have never looked at nothing that them pale skins was talking about. I would even thought to say, okay, damn, this brother just showed us something. He asked a question that made sense. So it made me dig deep and look into it years ago. Like, okay, well, damn, that makes sense. And then start uncovering ancient, like we ain't gonna get into too much into it. We're gonna get into the bill tomorrow, but ancient things that attach our ancient stories, not ancient creation stories and stuff like that. It has nothing to do with globes.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So, we're infinite people.
Something I want to point out, Chief, right? What was given to me from the Aboriginal community. See, before I had the concept of Aboriginal origins, I thought that human origins was something that I thought that my origins as a man in this land was something that'll always be up to belief, and that it was a speculative realm until like the public records and all that start coming up. Me personally, I think that's what making Dane Calloway so popular and powerful. He ain't just saying like we Aboriginals like Sister Betty, right? I don't even know where they going when they get these damn documents that's showing these Indian records and stuff. But when people see the paperwork and receipts, it becomes something you don't gotta believe now. Like, I know I'm the one that was wearing that feathers in my head who Columbus was talking about. I know that's me now. And then when I see the images of what they said the Native Americans look like that I put up earlier, it's so easy for me to connect with that. And it ain't then I gotta believe or none of that shit resonate with me. Like, I know I've been here. Anybody that just look at this shit and examine in totality, you can only conclude on that. Because listen what we're saying and how sound it is not no belief involved versus Pan-Africanism where you gotta believe you come from Sasquatch and you gotta believe in all this crazy stuff. It's just so much easier for me. Oh, I think Lawyer coming with smoke. And I love to hear the Pan-African arguments. I'm going to make a whole video of just the crazy arguments you get. Because, like, they Judge Joe Brown got a degree, and his arguments are so laughable. So you can imagine if the people without degrees trying to prove Pan-Africanism, my God. Sister Bethy, what's good, sister? Let me shut up. Welcome to the bill. Let's put some respect on Sister Bethy's name whenever you want the flow.
Hey, bro, Sanchez, I'm just in the background pulling up my stuff, and I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh, okay, for sure.
I just wanted to share some things, because so that the audience could see that this is very real, and what Chief Holiday is saying is very real. What Dane's been teaching is very real, and I just want to show them some documents from Congress on our people. So I'm just going to mute my mic until I get it all up, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So whenever you get ready, it's unlocked, and you just go right ahead. We just going to build. And brothers,
thank you, bro Sanchez.
For sure. Brothers on the panel, we going to chop it up to get a sister some time. Thank you, Sister Bethy, because I already know you about to go in. Hey, y'all, get the likes and shares up. You know the channels to subscribe to. Supreme Chief Holiday, a torturous one. I'm going to keep saying that word because I want to get comfortable with it. But check this out, though. Sister Bethy goes in all the time on her channel. Make sure you do that. And all of y'all already subscribe to Dane Calloway. If you're not, then you know you should. But yeah, so I'm going to keep throwing these names out there all the time because check it out, y'all. Like the OG said, like Leo said, this is a merger. It's overdue for real. Like it's past due, but I think everything happened at the right time, me personally. So, yo, hit the like and share button. We're gonna be proving when Sister Bethy get the screen share that we ain't come from no Africa, man. We ain't no descendants of no slaves. We the people that name most of these states. I'm serious. Out of all the states damn near every state is an Indian name. Damn near every state in America is an Indian name.
Yep.
See, yeah, JB know that's true, apparently. Hey, Lawyer, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like Eddie Griffin was saying on the stand-up comic show he was doing. He was like California, Los Angeles, all that. So then we got to consider how many of the Mexicans was part of these Indian tribes also. Because when you come up from Mexico, all them states and cities is Mexican names. So that's kind of deep.
Yeah, man. Yep. I started to think of, I like etymology, right? It's just, it's cliche names that they say about black people. Like real talk, it sound different now. Like Sarah. Don't you know Sarah is like literally the name of the sun god and shit, Ra and all that. Like these names that they said ghetto and ebonics, these are Native American names. Like when I hear the name Jerome, I think Geronimo and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it make you think about us different, man. I'm gonna stop. Go ahead, guys. Let's cook. Yeah, hell yeah, man. What you Uh, go ahead, Chief Holiday. You want to get in? Oh, Loyal, if you got smoke, let us know.
Well, well, yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't think nobody got smoke. We're not really about smoke, but we just want evidence, and we want to have open dialogue for for people that feel differently about us being the first Americans. So once again, start at the beginning, because sometimes if we go too far, people get confused. So they're saying, well, we're Native Americans. No, we're not Native Americans. Native American is a system. I asked a question earlier: did African Americans and Native Americans exist during the Revolutionary time? You know what I'm saying? Did they exist during the Civil War and any of those wars in between them? You understand what I'm saying? That built this country. So these are social constructs. Black, white doesn't exist. So how do we get to power? Destroying the social construct. Now I understand everything else, but okay, and also showing the evidence for history. That doesn't the history that they created doesn't match this. So make it make sense. So we're making it make sense.
All right, they lied with history, but let me ask you this. All right, I can say this is black people's original land, right? But I also can say that for a lot of races. I don't think this was all black. And then we got infiltrated by Mexicans, Chinese, and Caucasians. I believe it always been united like this. It always was fruitful for growing wheat and shit like that. And all the waters connect to it. So it always been a trafficking spot to me. I could be wrong, but I do believe it's black people that originated from here, and there's black people that hasn't. There's white people that originated from here.
Let me ask you a question, Sir Drop. Not to cut you off, big brother. I want you to get back to your bill, but you got to know this, right? Who was first?
Who was first?
Yeah, because that's now. Like, listen, because you created the concept of race. So in that paradigm, right? There's a difference.
Color people first? Is that what you're asking?
Hold on. According to science, though, brother, we're saying that the bones in the ground know that certain people weren't on the planet at a certain time period. So everybody that does science, right, should know that. Even in their racist consensus, 10,000 BC, it was only Negroes on the planet. So to create a social construct and put it back in ancient times doesn't make sense according to their story. Not our story. We just in their story. So 10,000 BC, we cannot put other races on the planet according to science.
You asking me scientifically,
yeah,
right? Which
what you can prove. You said belief. You said a belief.
Right. Cool. All right. And here's another belief. If you think I can bury your body in the ground and come back a million years and find your bones, that's the part of the lie they got you with. You're not fine. If you go dig up a body from 300 years ago, that's gonna be dust in that casket, man.
I agree with that, Drop. Now let me show you something right here. We debating it from two ways. If we want to use their scientific theory, then we can go with it and still debunk it. And then there's another one where we give an alternative explanation after we debunk it, right? And the alternative explanation is we just never came from nowhere. We're not foreigners. We've been here, which is a very simple and easy solution. But now check this out, right? Because I get what you're saying. The problem is when we go back at a certain time to talk about when all this stuff happened, if we use their theory, then the whole world is full of black people. But when we don't use their theory, we know that, people was intermingling. It was different skin tones. But here go the kicker. No matter what, when you go back to these old times that they talking about, people weren't calling themselves black people or white people. These are modern terms. So let me show you, it's two things going on. When we go back and talk about the times that in the past, and according to science, it was just black people on the earth. The truth is it was different color people on the earth, but the word black wasn't even used to refer to any groups at that time, or a word for whites. So when they said that the whole world was full of black people, what they're basically saying is, let me go back to this real quick.
Can I get some baseline to this?
Yeah, because I want to, let me
Oh,
just
hold
say,
on.
okay, you know
Hold
what?
on, hold on.
I'll grab it back. Go ahead, Chief. I'll get it after you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so what's happening is, right, we're confusing science with Darwinism. We're confusing ancient with modern shit that they're putting into ancient times. So let's be clear. This is modern. This is late 1800s. Okay, this is pseudo. We predate this. So peep gang. Okay, so you have something called a scientific law. Am I correct, Brother Sanchez?
Yep.
And the reason why it's a scientific law, because you can do something called experimentation. You can continue repeated experimentation. It will come back the same every time. Okay. Paleontologists, archaeologists identify people through craniology, the study and the measurement of skeletal, skull to your toes. Okay. And they compare them to living skeleton, modern people. Okay. And according to science, 10,000 BC, here in America, the skulls that's the oldest, all the way up to the more modern, are Negroes. They link these people together, period. There's no talk. This is Cheddar Man, them over there. It's people in Siberia, the Grimaldi people, so on and so forth. We can go on and on and on. China, the Negritos, they are still there right now, but they created a system that they made legal through science, through right in the late 1800s, and they oppressed the world through Australia. They wiped out people in India. The untouchables, like everybody is, because the people who are darker believe these caste systems. They believe the science, right? That is accompanied with their Hinduism. That's accompanied with their Taoism. It's all based in that. But the gods are black, and we are speaking. That is the problem that you're going to always have. You can't stop us.
This is powerful. I appreciate this, Bill. Everybody, get the likes and shares up. There's a fraternity. It's called Skulls and Bones. Now, a person may say, why would they name it Skull and Bones? Well, think about this. Here's a theory. The foundation of all their world deception when it comes to human origins relies on skulls and bones. Look at here. Now think about this. Drop just said it. Bones can't survive this long. We got a saying called ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Any bones that can survive this long must be some kind of damn superhuman of some sort. I don't know. Like, you can dig your grandma up a few years later and she ain't there, but yet this survived outside of a casket in the elements for hundreds of thousands of years, and it ain't turned to sediment yet. People, come on. Nothing can defy the laws of nature but man science.
Hey, bro Sanchez, real quick, I'm gonna interject something in that, right? But we can determine that based off of geology, right? Going deep, digging deep, right? That, okay, well, we know humans were here based in a certain time period. They don't have the bones, but they have evidence of human activity and human, right? So what's happening is, right, like, you know, they know, like, in America, that they have evidence of human activity in North America 50,000 years ago. You don't have the bones, but you have the activity of humans. Like, people were living here and they don't no longer live there. So when you come there, they say, well, yes, motherfuckers living here. They left a pot, TV was right here. You understand my point? So they know for a fact that they could prove that human activity was happening in the Americas, right? So, but what they're doing is they're hiding this information. Just because the bones aren't there, we know, okay, well, right here, it was a tomb, right? But the bones are gone. Oh, shit, the tomb is still here, right? But some of the stuff is still here, though, bro Sanchez. And it still says it's Negroes, whether it's murals on the wall, whether it's the mummies in the ground. There's certain conditions that say, okay, well, here's still a perfectly good skeleton right here. And she's 12,000 years old, right? But guess what? She could be 120,000 years old. They're never going to tell us that. See what I'm saying? Because it doesn't fit their narrative that somebody else was here like a mixed person is a full-blooded person. It makes no sense. But they keep pushing the ice age. When boats were on the planet before the ice age, during the ice age, and after the ice age, why would you skate on ice when you were building open sea boats hundreds of thousands of years before that? But they don't want that story out there. They want us to believe that we waited to come. Anybody waited to go anywhere because we feel like America first, and we went everywhere else, based off of the architecture, based off of the science, based off of the math. Everybody didn't come up with pyramidal structures at the same time. That's stupid. Everybody didn't come up with zero at the same time. That's stupid. Everybody didn't come up with these inventions at the same time, or you would have created something that you're using today. It comes from America for thousands of years ago, and this community has shown that time and time again. That's the problem. When people talking, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Nigga, you ain't never showed nothing. A Tonkin's one has a whole, you get 2 master's, 2 doctorate degrees over there. Just go to this channel. From start to finish.
Let's look at that Lucy. Let's look at that Lucy skull right quick, right? Now they said yeah, the Lucy skull, the first, the oldest skull found. All right, now they're saying that's a black woman, right? If I put skin,
they're not saying that. They're not saying that. Show. Right, can you provide the evidence?
They say that. They said that the earliest bones of our earlier ancestors are those of a Negroid Australopithecus female. And they do call her Lucy, and they said she would have been a Negroid human in the area of Mali or somewhere like that. So they're saying she's Negroid under this whole Pan-African diaspora type umbrella.
Man, y'all gonna make me get them tonight.
Yeah. Please tear that apart, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, bro Sanchez, drop the link for Citizen Man, please.
All right.
And you could put skin on that skull, and I can make that skull look like Andre the Giant. So we can't really, even if we found the bones, you can't say what color it is. This could have been a rare type of Chinese person.
Hey, Drop, let me ask you this, Drop. Yeah. You ain't gonna find no European in Mali 100,000 of years ago, if we're gonna go with the Pan-African theory.
Hey, can I just say this? Drop. First off, right? What you're looking at is the theory of evolution, brother.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the first thing that you have to know. So that's that right there, right? So we know for a fact that nobody can come on here, whatever amount of money that they can think they can come up with that can make the out of Africa. I mean, the theory of evolution a fact. They're never going to be able to do that.
Yep.
Right. What I just said was a fact was that you could prove by measuring skulls and hips, you can identify human remains. We can argue the dates later, but we can identify the goddamn people.
They do that in forensics, Chief. In forensics.
Period. That is a fact, right? That's a fact. That's a scientific fact based off of being able to do experimented that you could repeat and repeat and repeat. And we could play a video of that. Show the people.
Now listen, I believe. I ain't gonna debate the Chief. We can
debunk this shit.
If you can pull up some bones. Guess what? Here's what I'm gonna tell you why I agree with him. You can I watch forensics. They find bones left behind of victims, right? And they can take them bones in a lab and put the flesh back on it with the clay and show you the race of that person, the age, female or male, everything from just the skeleton, right? So it's kind of like if you give me the frame of a house, when I fill in the wood back on it, it's gonna give me the shape of the house from the frame or the skeleton concept. But the thing is this right here, that's what they're doing. They said we're finding bones, and the bones seems like a human mixed with a chimpanzee. But let me show you something. They're taking dead human bones, right, and mixing them with dead monkey bones and putting them together to create these little monstrous museum things. They ain't finding it like that. Let me show you what's happened with organ harvesting and with they're getting these bones will decompose over time and turn to ashes. I think they're maintaining this stuff by replacing the bones, getting dead people's bones, dead chimps' bones, and they gotta maintenance this over time, replacing whichever bones they can or whatever. Now, this is to me the whole sick knowledge of skull and bones, taking dead stuff and rearranging the bones in a way to make you think it was something that was alive. We never saw a half human, half monkey, but you can take the bones of a human and the bones of a monkey and put them together like this on a stick and convince people that one existed. It's very simple. You know, this looks so, and they'll tell you like, we can't use the real bones because the real bones is put up so we gotta protect them. So we don't know if we ever seen the real bones or not. Here go one lucid skull that he holding, but here go a replica right here, and you know, it's just crazy. Like it's just the deception what they doing with arranging skulls and bones. It's the whole mystery religion that they learning to control the world to make all the humans think, well, look, we found these bones over here. And not only did we find them in this location, we found them with human half chimp. Now, if they would have used the giraffe, guess what we'll see? Australopithecus would be a giraffe man. Remember, think about it. They could have took the bones from a giraffe, mixed them with the human, and said, look, y'all, the first human was giraffe man. Like, we don't see how they just rearranging skulls of dead people, bones of dead. They just rearranging it like a pup and making you see what they want you to see. So this, to me, what skulls and bones is all about. This shit is deception.
Well, here's my rule, right? I don't argue whether or not Harry Potter really name is Harry Potter, right? I know it's a fictional book. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? This is fairy tale. This is not human beings right here. That has nothing to do with what we could prove, right? This is a monkey, right? So when people say that they go back to Africa and they're basing it off this right here, okay, well, you believe in the theory of evolution. That does not make this is a part of theory of evolution. So for me, that's pseudoscience. Anything, I will be arguing, I can debunk this because we've had to do all this through the years, beating up Armored Fraud Squad and all these other dummies, right, that push monkey. They stuck on evolution and everything that comes with it, right? Period. But it doesn't fit their narrative once we start exposing their narrative. Because once again, these things right here don't make any sense. So I only go with the ancestors I can prove that are in the ground in Mississippi, right? They're Negroes. I can't go to monkey people right here. I can't go to this is Judge Joe Brown people right here.
Yeah.
That he's waving at. He didn't even try to free his people in the zoo, goddammit. He put niggas in that shit.
Oh, nigga, you fucking cold. Boy, you cold.
Go.
That nigga said, this nigga Chief said Judge Brown saw his ancestors in the zoo and didn't even free him, y'all. Becky hit. Goddamn. Goddamn, take it easy on him. Woo,
I'm ready when you are, bro, Sanchez.
Walk it off. Walk it off.
Damn, that shit was Hey, he didn't free his ancestors out the zoo, y'all. Hey, Sister Betty, I'm setting you up right now. Damn, Judge.
Yeah, that's rough. Don't hurt him, Chief.
Oh, man.
Matter of fact, hurt him.
Hey, big dog, I thank you for the cash app too, brother. I appreciate you. You appreciate the real, man. I don't think that they understand it out here. They ain't ready for it yet. That's fine, but I understand you do, brother. So I definitely appreciate you humbly from the bottom of my heart, brother.
Yeah.
Hey, love you.
Look, you also, man, put your Cash App link in the chat and we'll pin it to the top as well. So that way you guys can donate to the Chief as well, support him for his time. Appreciate this, these jewels, and salutes to everybody on the panel, man. Sister Bethy about to go in. Go ahead, you got it, sister.
We'll definitely share, man. So we definitely appreciate that for sharing. Yeah. So shout out to Sister Bethy for sharing the screen as well. We're gonna put some more terms up. What are we looking at? We looking for the ancestors. They at the zoo. They at the
Much love, Sister Becky. You already know.
Hey, y'all ancestors at the San Diego Zoo. Go free them. Then go back to Africa. We got a boat already.
That's a good one.
And you know these evil scientists would be still making the same type human. They'd have been artificially inseminating them chimpanzees and all that. They know that's a bunch of crap.
So I'm gonna back up my brother Chief Holiday and Dane, and Bro Sanchez. People, Bro Sanchez, get very upset when we're able to pull information from the federal government and Congress on our people and who we were and who we've become. And it is my honor to prove to the people who we are and that we are not Africans and we can't possibly be Africans. Okay, now I have nothing against Africans, but here we go. This is 1870. And this is 54 years before Walter Plecker even existed, where he put out a policy that all Indians will be deemed colored. Now, here's 54 years before he even came. And this is in 1870 in North Carolina, July 4th, Independence Day. And what you see here is a slew of Indians here in North Carolina. This is the row right here where you see my hand going down. All Indians, as you can see, all Indians, a whole row on this whole sheet. And then when you get down here to tally it up, I'm going to blow it up. And I know you can see this. The census takers tally notes. There were 9 dwellings, 9 families, 7 white males, and 12 white females. However, the Indians were counted as colored males, 9, and colored females, 12. Okay? So that's 21. And down here, it tells you whatever the census note taker said, 21 Indians as colored. Bombshell.
Bomb.
And I'm not finished. All right?
Bomb.
All the Indians. And this is 54 years before Walter Plecker passed a policy in Virginia. I'm not done. I have to keep going back in and going out to get the next screen up. The next one. What state are we in? This is the next one. Can you guys see this next one?
Yep, we can. Yep.
Okay. It's not showing on my TV. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it coming up now. All right. This is also in, let's see, Jackson, North Carolina, 1870, a whole nother street. And at the very top here, it starts off with the Indian. Okay? Indian. All the way down. Not Mongoloid, not Mexican, not African, Indian. All the way down this whole row. 9 families, okay? 9 dwellings. Colored males, 16, and 24 females. All deemed as colored. All right. Here's the next one, 1870. I hope the next one shows up. I'm going to see if it's cooperating. Not sure if it's cooperating. Do you see this next one, Brother Sanchez?
We on still on 31 of 43 and enumerated by me on the 16th day of August, 1870.
Okay. So it is different. Indians all up at the top. Okay. Down this whole row, the race is Indian. All right. Down here at the bottom, all these are Indians. 8 dwellings, 8 families. Colored males, 18. Females, 20. They counted all the Indians as coloreds.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I just got a few more to go.
Yeah, so they didn't say the coloreds were Africans.
Nope, not at all. No. In fact, they said the opposite. They're here we go. All these Indians, okay? All Indians. Let's bring it up a little bit bigger. 9 families, 16 colored males, 24 females. That's all that's on this list. If you add 16 and 24, that gets you 10, 40 people on this list. And they're all Indians. And as you can see, when I hover over it, it says Indian, Native American.
Hey,
That's
Sister
all
Betty.
that's on here. Yes.
Hey, Sister Betty, peace. Thank you. Hey, thank you for these records. These are definitely dope. I got a question for you. How far do you go back in records?
Oh God, I've got some from like 1790.
Okay, so when we're talking about this particular record, right? Is this an original document, or
This
is
is
it
an original document, honey. Look
from 1870, right?
From 1870. See it up here at the top.
Right.
The database.
So is this the first one from 1870? Like the point I'm trying to make, y'all, is like if this is the oldest one, 1870, that's recent. Like we were there in 1770.
It's gonna get better. I'm getting ready to go there for you right now. See right here,
that can't be that right there is typed and like it's like it's pretty amazing. And I just want people to know too, when you understand they recreated documents by translating them and say, well, this is the original document. Well, you translated it. That's number one. But then number two, they recreated them because a lot of the courthouses around America were burnt down or flooded.
This is definitely not a recreated. This is definitely not a recreated one, Chief. It's scanned in. See the other page right here? This is a scanned in document, microfiche.
Yeah, just for the record, y'all.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying though, 1870s is recent. So I want to see the 1770. Like, and see, I know it was 1790. Just say, for instance, the census, the 1790 up to I don't quote me on the actual date to where they recreated the 1790 census. It is not the original nothing. They recreated it from their new ass eugenic minds.
Yeah.
So keep that in the back of your mind. So a piece of paper is not your origin, no matter these are all you got to go back and trace everything that you can trace yourself back to your. If you're going back on a boat to Africa, Serenara, right? But if you're tracing yourself to land, you need paperwork because that's how they took it. So let's go back the way
My only question, Betty.
Let me
y'all
do
give me a
something.
minute. I'll show these, and then I just want to show these and to the audience and get off. This is New York, okay?
Hey, 1790 was the farthest that's the first census.
Right, 1790. But I just pulled some just out of my, off of my cards. And this is in New York. I'm just trying to do different states to show. This is New York, literally. Okay? New York, Leslie, Anna, Joseph, Elise, Thelma, I'm just showing the names. Patricia, Simeon, Mary, Joseph, Louis, Alexander, Christine, Josephine, Donald, Margaret, Emma, Joan, Glenda. I'm okay. I'm just keeping it real with our Aboriginal names. And this is in the 1940s in New York. All right, Indians, right here. I'm hoovering it over it. There's nothing else. If you are shocked, if you are upset, get over it. These
Sister
are
Beth,
our
can I add?
ancestors.
It looks like it says at the top St. Regis Indian Reservation. Did you see that?
Yes, but New York. This is New York. New York. Birthplace, New York. These people were born in New York.
My only question is, do you have to be black to be an Indian, though?
And we got to remember there were reservations in New York. Understand that. You can't think that Oklahoma is the only reservation. There were reservations in New York, in every state.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this happens to be in New York. As you can see, New York, Franklin. Look it up. All right. These are Indians. People are shocked. People are upset. People are in denial. All I can say is get over it.
Let me say something.
Is in I'm sorry, bro.
No, you good. Citizen man, are you still where you went? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still here. Now what I wanted to say was because the brother was mentioning that the documents look typed and printed, but I've done some research on old documents that date back to the late 1700s, early 1800s, and apparently they did have the technology to print and type. I don't know if it was typewriters or some other form of print, but I saw train tickets from the early 1800s that were printed, show flyers and shit like that. So they did have the technology to print it, but the paper had like a kind of like a brown tint to it. But I guess once they scan it into the computer and digitize it, it turns to black and white. But the print technology.
I'm keeping it real. This is handwriting.
Yeah, it's carbon paper too. They use carbon paper and the block letters.
The people that filled out the forms, obviously they filled it out with handwriting, but the form itself with the I guess the original text on it from the government was actually printed. So that's not something too far-fetched or anything that needs to be.
No, well, this is 1870,
all I'm saying
right?
is, for all I know, census takers handwritten in back during these times. It was handwritten. It was
Right.
handwritten.
You're talking about the
what
background.
the
The background is a stamp. You know how you dip the stamper thing in the ink and they stamp the paper, then you would fill the paper.
Oh no,
up.
they had pens and pencils during this time in the 1940s. This is
I'm
handwriting.
talking about the lines that they wrote on. We're not talking about the signatures and stuff. We're talking about the paper that was made.
Oh, you mean the actual form?
Right.
Yeah, this is in 1940.
Huh? Whoa.
This is in 1940.
Wait a minute.
I was talking about earlier about over 100 years prior to that, they still had the same print.
No. So this is not 1870. This is 1940, y'all. What's happening?
This particular
I can't see. It's super little for me. Because I would have. What do you mean? It was created in 1940. Talking about 1870? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm referencing the form she showed prior that said 1870.
No. What's 1940? What is this? Is this form from 1940?
This one's
Definitely 1940. You can see 1935 in the middle there.
This is 1940.
The first one was 1870.
The previous,
this 1940.
The previous ones are in 1870. All of these are 1870s. 1870.
Okay, well, so what are they saying? I want to see 1870. Yeah.
Okay, I guess it's going a little too fast. Hang on. Let me stop the share screen and go back.
Now, keep in mind, y'all. So I need to put this in perspective for y'all. Y'all know how, like, if you go into like your corner store right now and they do not speak no English, correct?
This is 1870.
Yeah.
Okay,
all of them
that's in
like
2021, right? Like people that speak Spanish, they don't feel the need. They just create their own, right? So the European was the same way. So you got, like, when we see certain things written up, who is it written for? Like, could read it? Like, how, if we are not exposed to the schooling to give us this information or the indoctrination to give us this information? So a lot of times, like I said, these people are creating stuff. So they'll say, yeah, this is this, but what's stopping them from just creating it?
That's assuming
they got a government seal on it, though.
Because
this government will not make nothing up. That's what we're saying. They're not going to create it.
That's assuming that the narrative is true, that the people back then couldn't read or write, but we don't know if that's true.
Okay, you have to. When did your grandparents learn English, brother, or your great grandparents? Because that's about the time period they started teaching us English, as it is right now. No, it doesn't matter what they was doing in Cambridge, brother. They ain't got nothing to do with us. They write letters to each other. What the fuck they letters got to do with us right now today?
North America had been
the actual database
since 1650.
Yeah, whose database? Like,
so it was ample time for the natives and the indigenous peoples to learn.
I read all this. My point is,
I'm sure people
what
are
they
getting a
write
little
don't make us
upset,
shit.
touchy.
You know what? Let me
But
say this real quick.
What they write don't
what
make
it
us shit.
is.
I think
That's all I'm saying.
I
Yeah.
think the information Sister Betty's showing, right? Here's what it shows. It shows that we got conflicting histories. It shows that in school they taught us Columbus met these so-called Indians, but how they illustrated the Indians in the book is contrary to how the Indians is defined on these records right here. Now let's say these records ain't real. The history they gave us in high school wasn't real either. But what it'll show is they got conflicting accounts, if anything.
Right. So it's either they lying now or they were lying then. Both can't be true.
Yeah.
Well, I believe this to be very true because it fits.
Right. Because if they lying now, chances are they were telling the truth.
I just want to know the time period. That's all. Because if this is
This
1940,
person
okay.
was born in 1867, and
These are
this
dope.
census
These are dope
is
records, though.
1870.
Not to say it's not. Go ahead.
They're Indian right here. This is just a database where they pulled it off in case people can't read it, what it says on the census sheet. Here's a snapshot of Bird Chopper Jackson. Bird Chopper. This is the Southern way of saying it. Bird Chopper. Bird Chopper Jackson. 3 years old. All right. He's a male. I'm done. I'm overwhelmed. And this is in 1870, and that's pretty much all of them. And this is the very last one in Mississippi. All right.
Now look,
Annie Lee Brown, 23 years old. She was a servant, but she was Indian, Native American, Negro Black.
Wait. So they said servant, right?
Right.
Y'all remember we went over family earlier, right? As and it says woman that serves her husband, right? So family, that would make that woman a slave in their mindset. So just looking at this document, right? It says she's a servant. Right. That automatically made her be from Africa, y'all. This is the mindset. This is what they're doing. Like even when the sisters can pull up records that we can prove. Like we do this. We've been doing this so many years, beating pan boo-boos up. We'll pull their mamas and daddy records up and their grandparents' records up and show them that they not goddamn slaves. We've been trying to get them to email us slavery so long. It's incredible.